Hello, everybody. Hello, and welcome to episode 12 of City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French Resistance campaign. I am happy to see you all here. We have been doing things, or I have been doing things, many things. I just was like, oh, I wonder if Elias Yeager is completely leveled up, and he wasn't, so I just fixed that. And that's gonna be fine. Oh, also, I need to swap you both.
But I was gonna be Dr. Pritam Singh tonight. I was gonna be the good doctor.
Maybe, but there we go. All fixed. Although we just lost KP's camera. But your internet.
Uh-oh. Yeah, it's having a moment.
It's having a moment. I just want you to know that your internet's having a moment while we are, chatting about it. And I'm gonna just update. I think he went sort of vaguely offline. Maybe, perhaps.
Uh-oh.
No, he's sort of here. Oh, he's just not in 120. That's it. Where are you?
Just so that you guys know, I am facing major now, so hold up while I try to figure out what the F is happening.
We're going to vamp while that is happening for you, so that, we will do it. So let's see. How are we doing? We are back. I want to say, first off, our start of show stuff. Thank you, everybody, for being here and supporting us. And it's lovely to see you. This is a show that is near and dear to my heart. We don't have that many episodes left, but I have also no more classes. I had my last class yesterday, but I've got to do oral presentations and grading and all of that. But I'm very excited because that means I get to go and catch up on some COLA stuff that I have been wanting to catch up on, which I can then give to you all, which I'm really excited about because I've got some things on the what's the word? On the I was gonna say playlist, but that's not what I want. The burner, the analogy. KP and I are going to be doing an interview sometime soon. We haven't done it yet, but we're going to do it probably, soon. Next Tuesday, maybe. I don't know. We're going to Docket. Thank you. Docket. That's the one. Docket. So let's see. How can you help us? How can you support us? One, be here and watch the show. Thank you. Either live or on VODs or YouTube. People who are watching on YouTube and making comments, thank you. If you're watching this, hey, like and subscribe. That's cool. Also, you can retweet our going live tweet. That's really lovely. You can join our community. We've got a lovely Discord. You can join the Discord. You can join our Patreon. We have, like a basic tier. You can help us out. The Patreon fees go to pay for our cast and also for our graphic designer, Frithiel. And, if we have other sort of needs coming in there, that sort of jumps in that space. You can also, if you like, give tips and bits. And if you do, we will read out your message in the break. We have a special tier, which is for our sponsors, people who want to sort of basically sponsor an entire episode. And if you do that, you'll get a special shout out right about now, a special spot in the credits, and also once a month in the month that you are a sponsor, you will get a special ad played for you. And we have for the month of April still our very special sponsor, Will and TW, who is our bookkeeper and our chronicler and takes amazing notes, all of which are going to be made available in a way for you sometime in the near future, again, because the summer's coming. I'm very excited for those projects that have been on the back burner and on the docket. So that's very exciting. And the other thing you can do is you can use your extra credit points to give them fate points. Oh, wait, you can't. Because those letters from home cannot be delivered because at the moment, Falstaff is particularly he's not able to do his job as a effectively.
We need a mailman to get letters.
Yeah, your mailman is a little bit hiding at the moment, so that's no good for them. But we do have two characters here. This is one of our duo episodes, and I love a good duo episode because it gives us a space to sort of get to know our characters in a slightly different way. And we have right now the perfect two to be hanging out together. We have two people who are innocent and sweet and kind and have never done anything questionable in their lives.
That one of them, yes.
And none of them have gone through training that teaches them how to assassinate people or explode things.
We've both done that.
Oh yeah, no,
Listen,
you
that's
both
all
have.
practice. You can practice this.
Oh,
Doesn't mean you enacted it.
right. Well, we'll just see how if you can
Look,
say that at the end of this
Freda's
episode.
never killed anyone herself directly.
Interesting. Interesting. You know, that's very exciting. And so I actually want, I want you both to introduce yourselves because I love you so dearly. And I would like you both to say who you are.
It shows.
Sometimes love involves giving you chances to grow,
That's how you put it. Okay.
Yeah. Did I tell you that I leveled up Jaeger because he was super underleveled and I fixed that now?
Oh, joy.
Yeah. Anyway, I've got it. It's so good. But I want you both to introduce yourselves, who you are, who you're playing, and I want you to answer a question. And I feel like the question that I would like to ask is this. I want to see if I can phrase it just right to not make you concerned at all. All right. You both are spies, and as a spy, sometimes you have to think about what you would do in difficult situations, And the city is pretty... Aw, cat. And the city is tense, and you all are in very public and difficult situations. And so I would like to ask, what does your character imagine they would do when confronted with someone who wants to kill them? Let's say in an alley, for example. Let's say you're in an alley and you are ambushed by someone who might want to kill you. I imagine this is the thing you have to worry about. Like, imagine your characters think about, like, what do I do when somebody says, give me your papers, and just asks you, like, on the street to give your papers? What do you do when you're in a checkpoint? You have to think through. It's part of visualization process. You have to think through all these possibilities. What does your character think they would do in terms of visualization if they're ambushed by someone who wants to kill them in an alley? And I'm not asking for any particular reason. But I'm going to start with Lindy. Boom!
No particular reason.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Lindy, and I'll be playing Nightengale. She is a famous German opera singer, and also moonlights as Madame Cobra, Madame of the Little Bird Brothel. Crime boss lady, it's fine, it's cool. What would she do if someone tried to come at her in an alley, like an ambush?
Yeah. Because you have to visualize it, Visualize what you do.
He's very round right now. But even if she were not, de-escalate. Preda specializes in de-escalation. So, and if she couldn't de-escalate the situation via words, fleeing is a valid option.
Nice. And if you were in a dead end in an alley?
More de-escalation. And if that doesn't work, I guess we'll try the gun that I have no skill in.
Well, I mean, you've trained in it a bit.
That doesn't mean I have any skill in it. I mean, please.
All right.
I've tried to make bread many times in my life. Does that mean I've successfully made a loaf of bread? No. I just know how to use the oven. Please.
Okay, but gun? I see you. All right.
Yeah, because I have a gun from someone who was cornered in a murder maze and didn't flee.
It's true.
Yeah, but really, de-escalation and or fleeing would be, or if there's someone she could convince to fight for her, that's also a very valid option. She doesn't do the stabby, shooty, punchy. That's not her thing.
But sometimes it's other people's things,
It is. It is.
Inception.
And those are people you have to wound emotionally.
I love it. So let me pass this over to KP. KP, who are you? Who are you playing? And how does your character visualize what they would do if they were, for example, ambushed in an alley by someone who wanted to kill them?
Oh boy. All right. Well, hello everybody. My name is KP. I go by KP Series, and I play the amazing, fantastic, but not at all nervous or innocent or scared of my compatriot here, Dr. Jaswant Preetham Singh, or Preetham Jaswant Singh, aka
Why would he be afraid of Frida?
I'm not afraid. More of just
petrified. Keep thinking that you couldn't live without her by your side.
Oh my god. More of just shocked, I guess, at some of the times, some of your responses and the way you choose to go about things. It's interesting, but and also lovely. Not at all scary. But I play Preetham Singh, and as far as what Preetham would do, I mean, oh boy, it's just I think a matter of like how in danger he feels. Obviously, similarly, he probably would be like, "Can I get out of this with just a verbal de-escalation? Can I bring this down? Is this what do you want? Just is it money? I can give you money. Is it what do you want? I can do that. But if it's something more serious, particularly if it is going to jeopardize him or this mission, if there's possibility to run away, run away. Otherwise, as necessary, as per his training, if necessary, it's to take out the threat by any means necessary. So it really depends on the severity. If it's just some local street thug or someone trying to mug him, he's like, yeah, here, take money, go, leave me alone, kind of situation.
All right. I don't have any reasons why I was asking that.
Never do. Don't.
No. I'm always curious. Know what you're imagining there. So let's figure out where we were and what we were doing. So this is City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French Resistance campaign. And when we last left our group, it was Thursday, the 23rd of April, 1942. And our protagonists, had a breakfast together, had conferred with each other about some things going on, and each one of them sort of split up in their own ways to do their own things. You had... with this moment, you had Oscar who left to go somewhere. Where? It's a good question. We know. He went to go to the flower shop to see if Luke's mom, Marie, was okay, because she did not answer the phone. And they realized that because Scarlet is working with the head of the French Gestapo, who apparently is working with an SS person named Nicoletta, they know a lot more about you all than they might have ordinarily known, because Nicoletta knows a lot about you all. And with that information, Oscar went to go and try to find, just to see what's going on in that building. And that Luke does not know that his mother's not answered the phone. Luke is, however, on his way he's already left. He's on his way to the brothel to sort of hang out there because he was almost kidnapped by his girlfriend, who, as it turns out, is perhaps not his girlfriend. I mean, you know. And if I remember correctly, our good dear Regina, she's still in her place, yes? Yes, she's still in the suite
apartment.
And when we last left off, our dear opera singer Frida and her physician, the prince, were heading off. They had a couple of things they had to deal with. One, an ex-boyfriend who happens to be in the prince's spacious palatial apartment, hanging out, waiting to see waiting for the prince to go and deliver the message and to bring back Frida so that he can talk to her. But they also have some distressing business now that they realize that Marie might be missing. And as they were leaving to head out, our Frida did not see, but...
She never does see the serial killer lurking in the...
She never sees lurking serial killers.
No, never.
No.
Historically has never noticed.
There were fans in the way. And,
oh, of course.
Yeah, but the prince did see. In the corner, not in uniform, and incognito, sort of in the background, looking a bit quiet, Elias Yeager, and also this some other man that you do not know. Waiting and watching you both, having a quiet conversation between the two of you. Why? You don't know, but they were off in the back lurking and watching, trying to figure out what all. You don't know what, but they were lurking and watching, and that was something that the prince saw as you two stepped out of the hotel. And as you're about to step out, the maitre d', they watch you, the guards. You are both civilians, and so they're not really going to bug you so much because you are not military people, but they are watching, and you can tell that one of the guards at the door, because there are military guards with guns at the front, is about to say something to you as you're walking out. And they go, one of them goes, excuse me.
Yeah?
Me?
Yeah, jawohl. Do you need an escort?
Oh,
Just for a doctor's appointment. I think it'll be fine.
Ja, aber it is dangerous on the streets.
I mean, well, I feel like we're just going to be going over to my clinic and just doing a quick checkup on the lovely madame. It's not going to be anywhere dangerous or into any alleys or anything of the sort. So,
and you can see like a furrowed brow, and one of them whispers to the other, and they go, "I'm so sorry, but Frau Engel, where's your attaché? Normally you would be going out with an attaché."
It's an excellent question. I have put in requests, which she has done, requesting as to where he is, but I have not gotten any responses from the staff.
Oh. Could you please... And you can tell this guard, who is like a private, like a private corporal, like no...
And she'll just like rest her hands, and things would be much smoother right now if I had much bond with this, but...
And you can tell there's just like a flash of like, this is a snag. I don't quite know what to do with this one. Like, because this is just like a private who is not does not have any authority and is not quite certain what to do.
And she'll put her hand like on like if he's holding like a notebook or a piece. I understand that these things sometimes happen. I have not been out much recently due to poor health, but why don't you look into it? And by the time I come back from my doctor's appointment, I'm sure it'll all be cleared up.
Yeah, jawohl.
Just give you a few hours.
I apologize. And he's not... It's that moment where he's apologizing, but he has no authority to apologize for anything.
And she's like, these things happen, I understand. It is all right.
And
you're doing your best.
And this sort of discombobulation just leaves him like, it's very clear that neither one of these guards are going to stop you from leaving without a compliment.
Like, yes.
Well, shall we, Miss Engel? And he kind of gives his hand out again. And then, before he leaves, is there anybody around here that is close enough to or knows or can send a message to Regina?
Yeah, you have the guards, or you could go to the front desk. and have them leave a message.
Okay. I go to the front desk and I'm like, I walk. Actually, if you do not mind, I just need
And
a quick
I will
moment.
note,
I need to.
as you go to walk towards the front desk, you can see a little look of panic on the guards out front, like, oh, he's going to the front desk. Is that a problem? Like, they don't quite know.
I'll drop something. Like, oh, could you help me pick that up? I'm very good at bending over right now. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Uh,
And this is happening as you go to the front desk, and as you go to the front desk, there's this maitre d' who's there, and sort of a French man, and and sort of like a slightly older, and he sort of looks up, Your Highness.
Oh, if you don't mind, could I have a message or a letter, small letter note sent to Miss Regina?
Of course. What would it be? And he sort of takes out a small pad.
Oh, if you don't mind, it's a little bit of a private matter. I just would rather write it.
I'm gonna read it anyways. Write it in code.
He hands you the pad of paper and a pen.
Right. So I'm trying to figure out what best way in code to mention it.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, do we have a code name for what's his face?
Jaeger?
Jaeger?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you?
Do we?
That's a great question. I know we've referred to him as an artist or a hunter previously, but I don't think we have a specific code word.
But it makes
you-
sense to me that you would have made it up. I feel like that's a thing.
That's true.
You already have flowers for.
Yes, flowers
you
for
all.
us, which means I'd like to think maybe
What
we
is the
don't have.
nightshade? Nightshade. No, night, but isn't because
A little
nightshade.
sus. Yeah.
Yeah, that was us. Damn it! What's a good poisonous flower out there?
Oh, well, technically, there's a lot of poisonous flowers. There's also a surprising number of edible flowers. Lilies are technically poisonous, but that's Freda.
Doesn't
maybe
that
not
make sense
too-
though?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I picked
Yeah.
it.
Man, what could I do?
Oh,
But
could
yeah,
you maybe
I'll go with the artist. I'm like, oh, Miss Regina, it seems that we have a guest at the front entrance. Perhaps he's been looking for you. He's our usual artist friend. Seems a little lost, observing and trying to catch who's walking by. Perhaps trying to recognize someone. I would look into that. Perhaps. I don't want our guests to be here too long, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
What else? Yours truly, Preetham Singh. Dr. Preetham Singh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then when I write it, the artist portion
Mm-hmm.
is.
Can you write that in
is-
red?
Yeah.
You only have one pen.
Name as a proper name rather than just a artist. It's just with a capital letter to give it an emphasis. So yeah, and then I'm like, oh, and I fold it up and then said, if you don't mind, could you please give this to? And I could imagine that as part of the code, somehow the way I write it, the first letter of every other word, if circled, would spell out Jaeger.
Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
So.
Yep. I got you. I'm just
And
making
then-
this note. And he
I if you don't mind, please can you send that out to Miss Regina over there?
Of course. And he takes the note and he nods to you.
Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day.
Yeah, of course. And the minute you turn your back, he reads the note. Because that is what he has to do.
Yes. Everything gets read in the mail. Everything's
Everything.
listened to on the telephone.
Yes, it is.
It's just, yeah.
Yes, it is. Everything is sort of surveilled. And as you walk out of this building to join up with Frida, I have something in my eye, don't worry about it, who's out there up front on this.
Motion, it's fine.
It's true. On this beautiful, beautiful day where everything is, it's actually quite lovely. It's a lovely April. And it's a nice early morning, so you still have some people. You have some people walking about. You're in a kind of beautiful part of town, and so you have you can see people, young women walking arm in arm with some German soldiers. You have lots and lots of German soldiers on the street just patrolling. But you've got people strolling down the avenue and having like a lovely time. There's really no stress at all. There's nothing to be worried about. Well, maybe. Yeah. What do you two do?
We head off in the direction of Pritam's office to start with.
Well, it is, I would imagine, quite a bit of a walk to get to my office.
It's not so bad. It's walkable, I suppose. I mean, you could take a trolley, a tram, but
nope. After last experience, that's not happening. I hail down a taxi. Is what I'll do.
Before you do, we start walking in that direction.
No taxis.
Yeah, there's also no taxis.
Yeah, because everything's rationed.
Cabs, walking, or
bicycles.
Take their cars.
A lot of bicycles. Ooh. You see people on bicycles all the time. That's like a big deal.
Yeah.
She's not bicycling.
No.
Yeah.
That'd be a really bad idea right now.
Yeah. How pregnant are you? Super pregnant?
Let me look at my notes. 30 weeks and 4 days. So yes.
Oh, that's well into like the what? Third trimester?
Yeah. We could see babies in a month. Yeah.
Big mama.
Yeah.
She's very round. Yeah. And also
twins.
in like the least well-balanced phase of her life. Equilibrium is so off. No bikes.
Yeah, I definitely think Pritam would give as much support as possible.
So I was supposed to go to your office to get a checkup, but I was also thinking we should stop by the brothel, make sure Luke is getting settled in, and also I heard from Regina that Luke's mother got taken by the Gestapo.
It's unclear. So we don't know.
We don't know for certain, but I would love to make a phone call to the Duke.
Yeah, of course.
Perhaps coordinate something.
All you know is that she didn't answer the phone.
Well, no, because
he called.
Oscar answered,
and he said that basically the place has been tossed.
Yeah, he said she's gone.
Yeah, but we don't know by whom.
No, I'm gonna assume the Gestapo though. Freida's gonna assume because they're the only people that have been after the flower shop recently, and they were just trying to kidnap Luke last night, so it makes sense.
Well, I will note
with what Nicoletta knows.
I will note that nobody has been after the flower shop.
That's true, but they're after Luke, and if Nicoletta's behind this all and she got real fed up with us thwarting her kidnapping attempt, it would not be past her. Freida wouldn't put it past her to attack the flower shop with the Gestapo, because that seems to be who she's crawling around these days. So that's just Freida. She'll say, "Oh no, it's okay. Those friends are gonna just get hurt. It's fine." Yeah. So she said it could be the Gestapo. I'd love to make a phone call to the Duke, though, as a way to possibly coordinate something. Either way, I'd love to hit the Gestapo again.
All right. Do you know
so we can head straight to the brothel, or we could deal with Angelo first.
Well, I'm sure the brothel has a form of communication that we can use to get to the Duke, so perhaps we could go there for 2 months.
Say again, I lost your audio.
Yes, you broke up for a moment. Oh no, you were lagging. Oh no. Your Majesty.
Your Majesty.
Herr Doctor.
Luckily, my stream strength is good still, so I'm just like, is it me? It's not me.
Yeah. No. It's. Oh no. Okay. I think we're getting you back, maybe.
Maybe.
I said that, and then he froze completely.
Let me see.
Brothel? It has a secure phone line. Yes? Okay, we go to the brothel.
um, as you both walk,
We like do have to do like the little loop thing, like look like we're going to his doctor's office, and then like, you know, sneak away.
I'm going to need some rolls.
Some stealth checks.
Yes.
Yeah, I figured.
I'm going to need some stealth. And I'm going to need some awareness.
Okay, I'll roll my stealth first.
You can aid each other since you're both together.
Oh, that was really bad.
Do you have if you have stealth, do you have the skill stealth? KP?
KP?
Let me check. Dude, this entire
because if you have it, you can aid the other, right? You can do an
okay.
aid.
Let me try.
If
Do you have the stealth? Do you have the stealth skill?
I don't remember. I have to double check. Hold up.
Okay.
Let's see.
Either way, I think I have to re-roll that because I could literally only roll one worse. That is a terrible roll.
I have mediocre stealth.
No, okay, you do not
help.
have the stealth skill.
So that's gonna one of you's gonna have to roll for it.
We might just fail stealth. We might just not be stealthy.
I mean, you
okay.
are a big pregnant lady wobbling along.
But I'm fair in stealth typically. I'm gonna
once again, you're hobbling along.
We both gotta roll it. So let's see how it do.
Well, no, only one of you has to roll because one of you can aid the other.
Only one of us? Mm-hmm. Okay, I will.
Because you're together.
Reroll then. Okay, I'll reroll. I'll
what
spend
aspect?
One of my fate points.
What aspect lets you be stealthy?
Den.
Oh, that's
from
fair.
The Viper's Den.
That is
Criminally. Fair. I'm super sneaky.
Can you tell me about that?
Oh, well, my uncle used to have me deliver things when I was small, and he would sometimes say, "Don't let certain people see you when you're carrying this package or basket or wheelbarrow of blank objects." Sometimes maybe objects, so yes, she's practiced at moving around in cities, if not quietly, unnoticed at least, blending in. So
that makes sense. That makes sense to me. So please spend that fate point.
That's better. That is so much better.
All right.
No, thank you.
That's 4 points better. That's
Sure.
I'm sure it's not going to be as good as what they're going to roll in awareness, probably, but it's better than -1.
Yeah. As it is, I need to do this. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, anything you want to do about that?
Do we want to be unseen? Are we okay with them tailing us? Because I have a feeling I know who this is. Do we want to be cornered in an alleyway, I guess, is the question.
Absolutely not. No, we stay in the open. And...
Okay.
All right. Could you roll?
I guess we'll spend a fate point then, because we don't want them to see us. And this one is going to be in the spotlight.
How does being in the spotlight make you more difficult to find?
Because we're
I feel like
I had a thing going, and then but that train of thought derailed. No. Let me use a different one. We're gonna use Stone Cold Manipulator.
That's social.
That is
That's
social.
not gonna help you stealth.
Unless we're not being like the super sneaky stealthy, and we're being like the Assassin's Creed, just travel in the crowd for a little bit. Like, hey, how are you? Let me help you with this.
Stone Cold social manipulator. No. All
right, fine.
That aspect's not gonna do it. I feel like you don't have a lot of stealthy aspects, but you might have
You're
some.
Not wrong.
You have some.
I could do flashbacks. But I think we're just gonna get seen, KP. I think I'll save this fate point.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think there's only so much we could do.
I still gotta roll awareness. So
please roll awareness.
Should
That's
I,
a good.
One of you. Oh, all right. Do you have? If you
do
have
you
it,
have the awareness?
I do have awareness in average.
so that's
I
a,
have
Okay,
average.
so that's a 4.
that is a
If you're
4.
helping me,
That is
because
very
I have
good.
a good awareness now, because
Mhm.
I kept failing awareness, so I bumped it up a little bit. But let's see if that helps me at all
Mhm.
whatsoever.
Mhm. Yes, I need to actually put this. There is a stunt that's involved here. Just gonna
Oh, is
note
it
that.
about stalking
Oh,
prey or something?
Yeah, there's a +2 to that, so that's a 5.
Ooh!
That's a 5.
Oh,
I did not put the stunt in there, but that's a 5 versus your 3
uh-huh.
awareness.
Yeah.
And yes,
Um,
there is yeah.
I have a question.
Yes.
We had a boost from last week.
Boosts go at the end of the episode.
Oh
You
yeah,
said we
that's
could
right.
keep it for this one because
I did.
it was right at
Yes.
the very end of the episode.
Yes, I did.
Is this about spotting Jaeger following us? Because that is
Yes.
specifically the boost
Yes, it
that
is.
KP got.
Yes, it is.
So could we use that boost?
Yes, you could.
Okay.
Which makes it a tie.
Tie.
Mm-hmm. And Jaeger will just use his fate point for being a
How
stalker
dare
in the
he.
shadows.
How dare he?
Oh boy. Can I bump this with the fate point?
Give me your aspect.
I am an SOE trained
There you
Yes,
person.
you are. Yes, you are.
So,
We're tied again.
You are tied again.
although that doesn't, do we need to be tied or beating him?
A tie is a partial for them.
Uh-huh.
Because they are trying to, do their thing.
Uh-huh.
I'll spend one more because I'll get it back. Oh, actually,
Rude.
you know what though? I actually can use the boost from heightened security because
Oh.
these people are official. So they're on official business. Let's say that.
Rude.
they've got people everywhere. So that's gonna put me at 9 to your 7.
I don't think we can do any more.
Yeah, the best we could do is tie them. So they see us and we don't see them following at the moment.
That is correct. That's all.
Do you think it's important that we see them following us?
I don't
Since
know.
they see
it
us
is
anyways.
Jaeger.
See, it's Jaeger.
Kind of sort of don't want to be stabbed.
Doesn't mean he's gonna stab you. Maybe he just wants to talk. I don't know.
Yeah.
He would have been talking by now if he would just wanted to talk. Not
Maybe
I
he
don't
just
know,
wants to
unless-
watch.
He likes to watch.
He does like,
I feel like that's to be an aspect we put on Jaeger at some point. Likes to watch.
I mean,
Oh.
I'm just saying.
Shit. I mean, I feel like eventually we're gonna still have a confrontation with him, regardless.
Yeah.
And at that point, I feel like we should maybe save some.
Maybe have
points.
some fate points.
Yeah.
All right, we tried. We tried KP.
We tried level
We tried real
best.
hard.
Uh,
Let's get surprised, I guess. Let's go.
so wait, where are we first going? It was cutting out earlier. So where are we
We're
planning?
going to the brothel to try to head off.
Yeah.
To try to contact the Duke first thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I mean,
they're
we could also
following
do
us.
that at my clinic too, and still have the.
Your phone isn't secure.
Oh, that's true. I suppose.
I'm bribing a telephone operator at the
That
for the
makes
brothel.
Yes. Yes. So
And then
you
we wanted to get Luke
yeah.
settled in
So you had like gone towards the
towards your office and then done a
then
little
snuck
loop
off,
around.
right? Did a little sneaking.
Yeah.
And you're pretty certain that no one has sort of
Because
caught
we wouldn't
on.
need to sneak if we were just going to your
Yeah.
office.
Uh,
That's where we said we were going.
Yep. And the clinic is closed for lunch. It's doing its thing. You're fine. And you head off towards this little brothel, which is a very small little place. And when you knock on the door, somebody goes and like looks through the peephole. And then of course the door is opened for you to enter into this. It's a little door in like a big, sort of like one of these sort of big buildings. And you head in and you sort of walk into a really nice, sort of kind of looks like a bit of a saloon. And you have, still the morning, so nothing's particularly open. The brothel itself is not open yet. And your bodyguard's like, Madame Cobra, Good morning.
Bonjour.
You're a doctor?
Mhm.
He
Hello.
says. And as you walk in, you've got people there. Luke is there, of course, because he's arrived earlier than you.
Mm-hmm.
And he's sitting at one of the tables, right? Because
Yes.
you have like food can be ordered here, right? Or
Mhm.
cards.
Mhm.
And he's sitting there, and your madam,
Yes.
she's there. You know how tough she is, right?
Oh yeah.
She's there. And she's
Mhm.
got her sleeves rolled up on her dress. And she's looming over him. You can see him sitting at this table. And she's looming over him slightly threateningly as she watches him like a hawk as he's sitting there in front of like a sandwich and a bowl of soup.
Uh-huh.
And she's clearly making him eat. Right? This is
Mothering.
good.
It's like mothering
Yes.
him.
but in a slightly aggressive way, yes. Because she's a bit no nonsense, and
Mhm.
not the most motherly sort of person, but this is her,
Oh yeah. No, it's great.
this is her
Yes.
version of mothering, which
I
involves
love it.
you'd better eat.
Of course.
Yes.
Mhm.
And he's like eating and not quite certain what's going on. Like he's just sort
Poor
of
boy has been fed like 3 breakfasts.
breakfast. He knows he can't say no, so he's eating.
Uh-huh.
And the minute he
So
sees
yes.
the minute he sees you,
She'll come in.
he's about to stand up, and she just puts her hand on his
Goes,
shoulder.
I need him. He can bring the food though. My office.
And then she steps back, and he like grabs the food and like rushes off towards the office to follow you. And you can hear some of the ladies upstairs, and like it's just a kind of like this is the kind of the time in the brothel where the clients have not started yet, so everybody's like in their morning. People are like getting ready. They're chatting with each other. It's that kind of pleasant part of the day for people who are working here, because they usually wake up a little bit later because they are up very, very late, and it's kind of like just a nice time to hang out with each other and like get ready for the day without anybody wanting to be there. And it's that sort of lovely kind of moment, and you can just hear the signs of life happening. And then you can also hear faintly and vaguely the sort of sounds of people downstairs in your basement, sort of because the doors open because it gets hot down there. Sort of working out.
Yeah,
right?
it does.
It's like a basement with not a lot of ventilation, right? And so you've got some of the boys that are down there, including your gift from your uncle, sort of training down below, and you can hear him like giving them like, that's not right. No, to the left, right? Like you can hear him training them, right? Training them downstairs, and it's yeah. Now once the place is open, that door is shut, so you're not going to hear any of that. But like at the moment, they want to sort of air it out, so you can just hear the activity of your brothel, your life happening as you hit into the back office with the prince and young Luke in tow.
Get into the office. Close the door. All right, Luke. You don't have to eat all that. I know it's your third breakfast of the day.
He puts the sandwich and the soup down on your desk, and he looks very relieved. So, what am I supposed to do?
I'm going to show you how to work the books briefly. Just the copying, the receipts. Basically, you take receipt, you put in form. Easy, no? Copying numbers, write down. Also, I need you to make 2 IDs for me. I need that done first. First one I need for Angelo, because I think Prita mentioned that he was there with no papers or anything.
I need a photograph.
I will procure that for you. But if you could get everything done but the photograph, she'll write down the info. And then the second one is there is a charming young lady here, Monique. I want you to speak with her and make her new identification. You mentioned there was an approachable woman who worked at the 122.
Blonde. But I also need a photograph of this Monique.
I will get a photograph of Monique, but what I need you to do is get all the rest of the information for now. Ask her what she wants her new identification to be. She is no longer going to be Monique. And I want you to see if she can, between the two of you, figure out who that lovely, approachable young lady was at the 122.
The one who gave me the information about Scarlet?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Normally, Regina would take the photographs. She did before, back in the past.
Yes.
So will she be doing that?
We'll see. I know she has a bit of free time, but I will get you photographs.
Okay. We would do that first, yes?
Yes, the papers first. I need you to speak with Monique and ask her what she can tell you about the 122. I'm trying to help other girls get out as well.
Okay, but I don't think they'd want to go. It's the best brothel in the entire city.
You might be surprised. They're working with the Gestapo.
Yes?
Some of them don't like this as much. Also, we need someone else to get information from about Scarlet, no? I'm thinking this young blonde you met might be the person to do that.
Okay.
But we need to get a name to figure out who she is and just make Monique feel relaxed. Like, she's very stressed. Just be calm. Like you are. Just calm.
And you can see he's contemplating, and he's kind of wondering if he needs to unbutton, like, the top of his, like, delivery uniform or not. He's, like, pondering it.
I think you're fine.
Oh, okay. And he sort of, like, picks up the sandwich, puts it back down, picks it back up.
You can give it to her.
And he sort of heads out of the office.
You bring her the soup, too.
Soup. He pops his head back in. He was going to ask you a question, but then he takes it back.
What were you going to ask?
I was going to say that perhaps you should call my mother and let her know that I was going to be staying here for the next couple of days, but then I thought after the last conversation you maybe should not call my mother and tell her I will be here for the next couple of days. Maybe the doctor could call and say that I will be spending the next...
It will be handled.
And he
Don't worry.
heads out with the soup and the sandwich and...
Make yourself scarce. Don't let anyone see you. Laying low.
And he heads out.
Yes.
And I
go
will
to the lay low room where Monique's staying and just hang out there for a while, okay?
And I will note that you do not have the Gestapo officers coming to this club, but you do have soldiers. You have a lot, like you have a lot of Germans that come to this club as well.
Which is why he is to lay low.
Yes.
Stay in the lay low room with Monique. Be
Yes.
friends. Get info.
Yes.
Take her paperwork.
Yes. So
And then I go,
heads upstairs.
once I hear the footsteps go, all right, now I call the Duke. Is there anything you wish? Please, sit right down. Make yourself comfortable. The furniture in here is actually not bad. It's quite nice.
Yes.
In her office.
Just grab the office a little bit more if you would.
So there's been some updates since the last time everyone was in here, cracking safes and stuff. The safe is still there. I think the picture is different. I think it's some like a nice scenic like landscape painting now. The furniture is definitely more comfortable. I imagine the furniture before was designed to make you uncomfortable. Because that seems like Sigmund's style.
Yes.
Now
yes.
the furniture here is meant to put you at ease. It is softer, more comfortable.
Also, by the way, not only was it meant to that old furniture meant to make you feel uncomfortable, it felt very casino, but in an office, which was just like 5% tacky, perhaps. You know what I mean? It was just like it was a little. It was just like slightly tacky furniture that felt like he was trying to be in an upscale casino, but was not.
Yeah. Now the furniture is designed to make you feel maybe a little too comfortable, to put you at ease, and the room is very warm toned and hued. I think it's probably been repainted, and it's just designed to be. It's simple, but the materials are of good quality. So if someone wants to come in, they wouldn't be able to knock you for not having any style, or money.
Mhm.
There's definitely some money here, but it's not ostentatious. It's not overspent. It's not like, look how much money I have. It's no, look, we're comfortable here.
Mhm. Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
You two are in this office together, and Madame Cobra picks up the phone.
I'm going to call.
You pick up the phone, you wait, you hear,
Mhm.
Bonjour, what number may I connect you with?
Bonjour, you can connect me with, and then the name of the Duke's establishment,
It's a
which
garage.
is the garage. Yes, this garage.
Oui? One moment, and I hope you're having a very lovely day.
You as well. Thank you for asking.
And that woman that you know and you pay off
Mm-hmm.
connects the switchboard. You wait,
Yes.
and then the call comes up. Oui, it's a garage on the Seine.
Yes, I would love to speak with the Duke.
I'm afraid he's currently busy.
Could you tell him that Madame Cobra wishes to speak with him?
One moment. Excuse me. And you can hear just like the receiver hit the phone, right?
Yeah.
And you actually have to wait a little bit more time than you might think. There's probably a lot going on over there. You can hear the sounds of cars being worked on. You know, it's a lot of industrial sounds in the background. It's quite loud. You can't hear any kind of conversations or what's going on in that space. And your cat is just hanging out like a very chill cat. Just Tesla's being like, "What's
She's
up?"
a crime kitty.
She's a crime kitty. You got a crime kitty over there, been like, "Hey."
Also dinner time, so you know it's just wants to remind me.
Just killing.
And there's a little bit longer than you think, and then you hear like
I'm on hold.
you hear the phone cradle come up, come back down, and then all of a sudden there's that shift in sound, right? Right where, and you clearly it was like somebody picking up the phone in one office and
in a different office, yes.
Right, because all that sound is sort of gone, and you hear. To what was a pleasure of this phone conversation. I'm a bit busy.
Good morning, Duke. I hate to interrupt your busy day, but I was wondering if the French Gestapo have pissed you off much recently as they have myself.
Yes, well, they always do.
I'm wondering if you would like to do anything about it with me.
Interesting.
Offers any help I could provide yourself.
I see. Well, we are planning to gather information and perhaps to see what we can see. I was given some information that Marie might be taken.
I have had this information as well, which is why I called.
Well, what kind of help can you supply?
Well, I have people who are decent at throwing the punches. I also have very good at spreading rumors. If we wanted to hit them in, well, below the belt, if you would like to put it that way. I also have resources.
Yes, well, that's a bit of a problem, yes, because trying to do this not in a... And you can feel a little bit of anger and tension in his voice. Trying to do this not in the rash way, because
I understand.
They have the state behind them, right?
To a certain extent.
So they are trying to find out where they are keeping her, and that gives us some. That is helpful. We are looking for information. We need intelligence. Where she's being taken might help us figure out what the next step is.
All right. I'll have my girls do some listening.
That's good. So if you can use your resources to perhaps find out where she might be being held, then from there we can perhaps make some sort of plan on how to get her
Yes, I would
back.
love to coordinate efforts. It is easier with friends, no?
Yes, this may be some sort of trap, but The question is, why did they take her? What? She did not do anything. She's not connected to this. The question is this about me? Are they trying to...
I do not think it is about you. If I had to take a guess, I think it is about Luke.
Which is again about me. Why?
I think it is Luke's other friends. There's a certain bitch running around thinking she has more pull than she does. Who knows a bit too many things. But she's a bit too... may have heard the name of Nicoletta?
No.
Jaeger?
No.
She is the wife of the current head of the SS.
I know him.
She's been giving orders to the French Gestapo people. She tried to have Luke kidnapped last night. That's why he is here with me at the moment. We felt better not to send him to anywhere that he might be frequented, that she knows about.
Some wife of a Gestapo cannot give orders to the Gestapo. That makes no sense.
Yeah, she's very good at manipulating the people, no?
Who?
Pierre? Hold on, let me get the name. Pierre Bonny? That is who she's been manipulating, influencing, one way or another. A little bird told me that he has been colluding with the Madam of the 122.
Yes, they are, sponsors, as it were. They are tight. I'm sorry I have to ask these questions, but I don't understand why.
Did you know that the Madam of the 122 goes by the name of Scarlet?
No, she goes by Fabienne.
She goes by Fabienne when it's business. She goes by Scarlet when she's trying to pull a con.
Okay. You have some information. You should probably say more.
Luke, very, very brief amount of time, day-to-day Scarlet. I think it was a ploy to try to get close to him, but he was a smart lad and kept her at arm's length. But I think that they are all running out of cards to play and thus are acting rashly.
I'm sorry, this does not make any sense to me. You'll have to explain something to me. Explain to me exactly why the Gestapo wants to take Luke and not just arrest
because
everyone.
They want to please this Nicolette. Ne?
But why this? If the Gestapo knows if this is about catching resistance, then why would they just not come in and arrest everyone? This makes no sense.
I don't think they know who everyone is yet.
So, let me see.
Nicolette is like a cat. She wants to play with her food. She doesn't want her underlings knowing too much in case they get minds of their own.
Yes, but why is the wife of the SS trying to catch resistance and not the SS themselves?
Oh, she doesn't care about the resistance, actually. She's just a bitch. She wants to fuck with them. She's a big mind game for her. Really, pretty much a psychopath, sociopath.
Okay, but look, I am not read into this, yes? So
yes.
You have to explain this to me. There is the head of the wife of the head of the SS. She wants to fuck with someone. Who?
Yes. Oh, I think we know. A very dear mutual friend of mine. You met as well, Regina?
She's a good head on her shoulders. She's good with a knife.
She does, which is why Miss Sociopath has not gotten very far with her, and so she's trying to do everything she can to antagonize, which involves kidnapping Luke.
Wait. So what you're telling me, this is not...
It is stupid, I know.
No. This is not business. This is personal?
It seems to be that way, but I see this as an opportunity to further our own businesses while they are playing personal petty games that get you nowhere.
So this...
Besides, they decided to make it personal when they tried to kidnap Luke, I believe.
No, yes. But this is interesting. So the wife of the SS has some sort of vendetta against Regina. And so she
He's
Probably.
trying to get at her via underhanded measures like kidnapping Luke. And when she did not successfully kidnap Luke, I'm going to assume that the next step that they pulled, if we can confirm it was the French Gestapo, was to get at his mother at the flower shop. Which I don't think they realized that pulled you into the ring, no? Which means they do not expect you to join, which means it would be advantageous for us to work together.
Something's not right about this, though.
No.
Let me think.
Also, I don't expect this wife to last terribly long with the things she's been pulling lately.
No. That should be difficult to get. So let me think. So do we know that they took her?
I have strong suspicion. Like we could send someone to the area to see who is at the flower shop to confirm.
All right.
I've not been able to go personally, but
it's important to know if they got the SS. Who took her? Was it the SS? Was it the military? Was it the Colonial? Was it the French? Was it the police?
My bet would be on the French Gestapo, the Carling due to the fact that they are the ones who tried to initiate the kidnapping, but could have been someone else.
Because knowing who took her means we can find out where she might be being held, but also who knows what is important to know.
Do you want to send someone or shall I?
Are your girls very good at getting information?
They are all right at getting intelligence. I also have some people that are very mobile.
I'm good at moving things. I'm not so good at intelligence. I'm not so good at gathering. Usually people come to me with things.
I would send someone over to buy bread in the area, see what they can find out.
All right. Yes, I will wait on your information. If you can find out perhaps who did it, then that means that we can find out where to go and where to target.
I will call back as soon as I have intel.
Yes, and we can then plan a bit more because this will be a bit tricky. We do not want to wake the bear.
Oh, definitely not. No, I would like to poke at the calling you though. They have been poking around. They want my shop. I cannot allow that.
No, they want everything.
They do. We can't have that.
They have a lot of resources, but if this is personal and not business, then maybe they are not as maybe they don't have as many resources as they might have normally.
That is what I'm hoping.
Or at least we need to know if it's on the books or if not on the books.
If they don't have the backing, If
it's not in the books, then maybe they cannot call for backup. All right.
I didn't have any backup when I spread rumors about them yesterday, so they were all out of house trying to do the kidnapping. I will see if anyone is in house at the moment.
Yes. All right. You listen to see if you can find out who did it, who made if there's some sort of a move against this the shop. There must be someone should know who did it. See if you can find out. If you can, we find out who. Then we make the next plan because we will get her back, and someone
of course we
will be very unhappy at the end of the day.
Oh, I should hope so.
Very unhappy at the end of the day. You said Pierre Bonny, huh?
Pierre Bonny, oui.
All right. Thank you for that, but confirm first, oui?
Oui, I sent the girl right now.
Call me back. My line is secure.
Mine as well. You can feel free to call me if you have anything as well.
I am currently mobilizing, so I will be ready to move at any moment.
Wunderbar.
And you can tell there's this tone.
Oh yeah, He's like, this ain't even about me. This ain't even about business. Yeah, no, I want him fired up.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
There's a tone, and that tone is how do I say it? Not pleased.
Just figured you should know in case you had any spaces you needed to fill. I will get back with any other information I hear.
Yes,
My goal is to have a good working relationship with you, Duke.
of course. But don't let your girls put themselves in danger at the moment. You just let me know what you find out, and
Oui. So just there's a bakery around the corner from the flower shop. I'll have them go buy some bread.
oui. And I will make some phone calls, see what I can do.
Please.
And
I will be here.
if you said you are good at spreading rumors.
Oh, extremely.
All right.
Acquiring things and spreading rumors.
This is good. Let me think on this. I have some.
Oui.
I have some contacts that might be useful here, but if this is just taken, I will. We need to move fast.
Oui.
We want to find things before paperwork can be made up. Huh? If this is perhaps not completely in the books, they may not have made anything official just yet, which means we might be able to keep things.
Keep things quiet. I agree.
Yes. We need reports not to be made. What I would like is we need to find out who did it. What kind of if there's paperwork, we need to get that paperwork buried. Yes. All right. Well, call me back when you find out something, and I will be looking to see what I can do.
The moment I find out anything, you will get a phone call.
Also,
Oui.
if anything happens to Marie, I will talk to you later. Call me back.
Oui.
And he hangs up the phone and picks it up to make some other calls.
Yeah, that was well. And I have a couple of French girls. Most of them are not French, but I have a couple of French girls. I would like to send out, again, one of them to just go purchase some bread, maybe some nylons or something in the vicinity, and to just, if she sees anything out of the ordinary, make note of who it is and to come back. And if it involves crossing anything that looks too risky, to just make note of what it is and then get bread elsewhere and come back.
This is a discover action.
Yes, this is. I'm guessing it's intelligence?
It is intelligence indeed.
All right.
That is correct. That is correct.
Okay.
This will be a faction action.
Yep. This is a faction action from the snakes. So we gotta get, definitive. Yep. Okay. Intelligence. Fingers crossed. It's an average skill. 2? I mean, I should hope it's not that difficult to see all of the Carling U checkpoints.
Well, it depends on how good they're at hiding who they are. Or
that is true.
How good their deflection is. How good are they at making it seem that...
How good are they? Well, I recall them the other day, and they weren't terribly great at it. We'll see.
You know.
Yeah.
Let's put it this way. They are a... Yeah, so I'm going to just roll their deflection. Because
they're fighters, not lovers or knowers.
Mediocre.
Oh, that's good enough. Yep.
Mediocre. They are not
great at hiding who they are.
They're flashy. Do you know what I mean? They are flashy. You may ask me a question. 1.
Who is it that kidnapped Marie?
Oh yeah,
I feel like that's the definite
It was the Carling U. It was the French Gestapo. Absolutely. It was the French Gestapo. And as far as you can tell, they do not have Gestapo agents with them, or French police, or military. It seems to be just a Carlingu operation exclusively by themselves.
Yeah, that gets phone called into the Duke as soon as I find out.
You make the phone call.
Mm-hmm.
He picks up the phone. Garage on the Seine?
It is indeed the calling you. They have no SS with them. They have no military with them. It seems this is a independent operation of theirs.
I see. All right. Can you do you have anyone who might be able to find out where they might be holding her?
Ooh, didn't I get where their headquarters was when Monique came in and told me everything? She said that'd be a good time to strike.
Yes, but you don't know if they're holding her at the headquarters.
That's true.
They may not be, depending on you know.
Could I spend a fate point to have bumped up that intelligence action, the intelligence roll, to have gotten a second question?
Well, it would depend on what aspect you use. I would need an aspect.
For the snakes, circle of informants.
I see. Yes, please spend that fate point.
Yes. And the second question is, where are they keeping Marie?
I want to ask you a question about that.
I would love to hear.
I want to know how your circle of informants might get this information. It just happened this morning, right? Because you spoke to her early in the morning, quite early. And so sometime in between early this morning and about now, she was taken and brought somewhere. And I want to know, having somebody go and buy bread, you can easily see those checkpoints and find out exactly who they are. I want to know how you might have someone in space and to find that out.
Okay. Well, I think that maybe I sent more than one girl out. I sent one girl out to buy bread, and then like a second girl who was not French, who didn't do any of the talking. Because there's a lot of immigrants at my brothel. Immigrants who also have families. We've established that they have families who do not stay at the brothel, that wouldn't live in the highest, fanciest districts. So maybe that while they're out getting bread, they just stop by so-and-so's cousin's shop to say, oh, did you see anything? And then, Marie's, probably more like Greta or something like that. They have family who keep eyes out, people who own smaller businesses throughout the other areas, people who have paper routes because it's the morning, because again, they're the poor people who are overlooked, but they see things. So I think that it's through these connections, through these immigrants, that they notice things, especially people getting taken, because a lot of immigrants get taken. So it's always like, oh, who's getting taken now? Oh, okay, not anyone we know. Yeah.
So you have a girl that goes out, but of course it's not just at this moment, it's not just one girl who's speaking. She talks to her friends who talk to her friends, and word goes out about it throughout the community, right? Like who's seen anything, right? In this location, in this arrondissement, you had a paper route out? Did you see anything in the morning? And just all these like little bits of people, right? Who are doing that kind of crap work, people cleaning up the streets, right? That sort of thing.
Street sweepers.
Who might have noticed something? And maybe something perhaps...
The laundry women, because laundry's done real early
laundry
in the morning,
women.
Typically.
Right. People who might be out on the streets, ignored in these neighborhoods, who might notice something. But you put out the word that you're looking for something that maybe might look a little bit out of the ordinary. And you wait. And you wait, and it takes a bit of time for the sort of the little birds to fly and word to come back. But you do have word. You get a word back. It takes about an hour or so before you hear back. The streets are difficult at this moment. And you hear something, some confusion a little bit. I say, yes, we heard something. There was a man comes in. He's got he's on crutches. He has no leg below his knee, and he comes in and he can't be a beggar because those would just be rounded up and put in a camp.
Yeah.
He works mostly doing, working on streets. He comes in and he's got his hat in his hand and he says, Madame, I was told to come and speak to you. There was about something strange happening by the in the first arrondissement. That was he saw some small trucks, cars coming in, and they come into this. There is a exclusive flower shop, and they came into this place, and they're still there. So it's making difficult for me to do my job. But they came in, and this morning they came in. They took a woman, and she. I saw this. I noticed because there was a man there, and she saw him and she slapped him. And one of these flashy men that come with this French thing, mustache. She slapped him because I think she spat at his feet and he left. I think they seem like they know each other from the past, perhaps. And he grabbed her, and I remember this strange. He grabbed her, he took her into one of his cars. It wasn't one of these trucks, but it's a car. And then I remember that he was going to drive off. But I thought it was funny because he was a fancy man with the big, expensive clothes. But normally fancy men like this have their own driver, They don't drive themselves, but he was going to drive himself. I thought that was strange. He did no driver with him. But then another one of these men comes up and comes to him in a bit of panic, tells him something of a conversation, and he says, "Oh, I see. He has to go somewhere, I think." Yeah. So he gives the keys to this car to this other man. The other man takes this car with the woman, and they drive. And this man, the flashy man, he has to take other car, go other place. There's some kind of split. So he goes one place, and the woman in the car goes other place. This is, and I thought this was strange, funny.
Indeed.
So I talked to a friend of mine. We see what is going on. I thought might be interesting, and so we follow. His car, the license plate. I know it a bit, and I call a friend of mine and I say, "Hey, do you know what this is about?" And then my friend, he knows some people, and it looks like that car, the fancy one, huh? Do you have some food?
Freda had already ordered it, and it's like coming out as he asks it. Of course, please.
Thank you. And he starts eating, and you can tell he has not eaten.
Oh yeah,
really,
it's a big bowl of soup and a sandwich.
And he's one of the people who just does not get a lot of food. In
Probably
this
a
city.
beer for the calories.
And he just sort of takes and he goes, there is thank you. There is an house. The woman was taken not to not to an office or something like this, huh? Not
She's taken to a house. Do you have the address? No,
I do.
please.
And he writes down. He goes, it is someone's personal residence. They took them. This woman there.
I see.
It is
Do
he
you know
hands
who
over
lives
this
there?
address. Oui. It is a place that it used to belong to someone else, but it belongs now to the head of the French Gestapo. It is his personal residence. I know because I have had friends taken there to be tortured. So
I'm sorry to hear that. Thank you very much for this information. It will do good.
I don't know why they took her there, but there are often big parties there at this place, and they drink much champagne and they laugh.
I believe it.
They do these things, and I don't know, but I thought it was strange. But the man, he's not there. He's gone off somewhere else.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, enjoy your lunch.
And he just starts inhaling this food. And he looks malnourished. He looks... he doesn't look healthy in that way that a lot of really poor people in Paris do not look healthy.
Yeah, he gets the soup, like a big bowl of soup now and a small sandwich, and she has another sandwich wrapped up for later so he doesn't make himself sick. Or he could give it to someone else he knows or whatever. Yeah.
And he's like one of these street sweepers. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oof. That's so sad. A one-legged street sweeper.
It's it's not great, but if he didn't have gainful employment, he would be in a concentration camp right now.
Yeah, which is more sad. So damn Nazis. They gotta suck.
Yeah. Their life is they are making everything really awful in this city.
So then the Duke gets the call. That's the call. She waits till she gets all the info and is like, they're working independently. She's being kept at Pierre Bonny's house, and he is not presently there.
Where is he?
He's elsewhere. I do not know. They went in opposite directions. Seemed that an urgent business matter had come up.
All right, I know where his house is.
I have the address if you need it.
No, I know it.
I think you would.
No, I know it. All right, the house is not bad. That means maybe she can be rescued there. We'll have to make a move. Word has it you have some people at your place who are good at fighting?
Oui.
All right. My people are good at other things besides fighting. Maybe we can do something like... I can perhaps... I am good at... I'm not so bad at making things a bit easier. I can perhaps bring in my people to... maybe make it... the security a little bit less for you. I could perhaps do that. I can bring in some mechanics, you know, to perhaps make their electricity a bit less good, make perhaps a bit, make their place a little bit distracted.
This could be good, oui.
So let me send some people out to set things up for you, and then I can maybe perhaps move her out.
Oui.
You have people that can come in and make the first blow, yes?
Oui.
Okay. Perhaps we can do yes. I tell you what. Give me 2 hours.
2 hours?
2 hours. And then we will do something and...
Right. I have some other business to take care of in the meantime, but I will be here in 2 hours.
In 2 hours, you have people. Have them come in and try to take Marie from... or at least distract Marie from the space. And if you do this, it will be ready for you. And then I will come in afterwards. You take her out. My boys will come in and...
make it look like we were never there.
Indeed. So...
I like it.
I will set things up for you. You take her, and then I will fix the paperwork afterwards. I will make a story. I'll do something that will... It will make it better afterwards, huh?
Oui, I trust you, Duke.
Okay.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Yes, I will be on site. And you said it was Pierre Bonny. He's not currently in the house, yes?
He was not as of probably like 45 minutes ago. Yeah.
All right.
It seemed quite urgent. I do not think it will be resolved entirely too quickly. You probably have till at least 2 hours.
Good. I will find out also perhaps where he might be.
Oui. That is not something I had looked into.
You will be at the Little Bird for the next few hours, will you? In case I need to call?
Yes, I will be here.
Good. All right. Be on the line. I will, in case. He hangs up the phone, and as he's hanging up, you can hear him go, boy! As you can just hear him shout out as he sort of heads, right, this sort of moment.
And she'll like put the phone down, look tired, just like, well, Tom, it's looking good. I think we're going to get Marie back.
I'm sorry, what happened? What did you say?
Luke's mother was taken.
Yes.
She's
By
being
who?
held care.
Did we confirm?
Yes. We have the sorry, I should have this accent on what I'm here. The French Gestapo. They took her. Looks like probably under Nicoletta's orders again, seeing as how there was no other backup there from SS or military or anyone else. They were a bit flashy. They took her. One person they took her to Pierre Bonny's home. He is the current head of the Calling You. And he himself held it off elsewhere. He had a message, I assume, to meet with someone else or put out a fire elsewhere. Maybe Nicoletta, I do not know. But she was taken there, and the Duke is going to cut the power to the house, I believe. Have some mechanics in the area. I'm going to send some people to get Marie out, and then he is going to do the cleanup.
Indeed. That's, well, at least that's a good path. Then hopefully this plan will work out. She's becoming too brazen.
Nicoletta? No, she needs to die.
But that's hopefully that never has to lead to that path. But if it's that,
oh no,
no,
she knows far too much to be allowed to live, or like exiled to Siberia maybe. But even then, I wouldn't put it past her to worm her way back. I know how dangerous manipulators can be. We cannot suffer her for much longer.
Well, that's fair, but what was her reason to want to kidnap Marie? I mean, did she think that we would come to the negotiation
she has a look on her face of like, no one listens to me. She goes, she is getting near the end of her rope. She wants Regina to be madly in love with her. Real love, not fake love.
Oh,
again,
yes,
unreasonable request number 1. Unreasonable request number 2. She wants a good Aryan baby for the German social standing. Reason number 3, she wants protection from Oscar in case her husband acts up or whatever. All 3 of these are incredibly unreasonable requests, and she just expects to get them because of she's an entitled brat.
And she expects us to just accept it and allow her to. No. I mean, in the sense of how did kidnapping a member of our crew is not something I do.
It's a dumb choice.
Make us want to retaliate.
Maybe she wants us to retaliate at this point so she can do more damage because we are not acquiescing to her demands. If we don't acquiesce to any of her demands, as I'm going to put it bluntly, she is going to do something drastic. She's getting desperate. She's getting bored of her little game. She's very dangerous. She knows a lot of people. She has sway over people.
But what are we going to do next then? Is do we just sit and wait until the Duke?
Well, we get Luke's mother out of danger first.
Right, but from what I understand, the Duke is going to be the one that's going to do this operation, and we're sending certain people after to assist. But do we just sit here and wait in the meantime?
Well, what are you going to do?
I was just wondering, did you have a plan? Do we want to accomplish something else?
Well, if you can think of a good way to kill Nicoletta in the next 2 hours, I mean, that would be incredibly efficient of you.
I mean, unless you can dose her with too much medicine. And as he says that, you see him kind of like look up and then look at you.
Hmm.
And you see him just go like this.
Hmm.
'Cause
Hmm.
I don't advocate it.
Mm.
However,
Mhm.
what is poison if not too much of one thing? Anything can become
There's a lot of
poison.
answers to that question, but yes, poison can be a lot of things, I think is the
Right.
gist
It was
here.
rhetorical. It was rhetorical. In the sense of anything can become poison, even medicine.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Do we get hooked on
And
drugs or something, or do we want to have a medical appointment? And again,
I
we'd have to be
could
careful
perhaps
about it.
concede to her as a form of wanting to get Marie back. I could acquiesce on the front of perhaps getting her a baby, an Aryan baby. And one of the options she had suggested at the time was getting either a donor of some sort, whatever the case may be. I could do a checkup, I could do multiple ways in hopefully reaching her and then providing some sort of medication, which she can overdose on. And there you go. End of that.
I don't hate this plan. I do think it definitely needs to be a forced overdose, so because if they check the medication, it needs to be checked out as legit. You don't
Indeed.
need it to be any fallback
I
onto
don't-
yourself.
All I can tell you is that is an option. I have not thought through the entire nuanced steps. It's not my forte. It's not what I do. I mean, something that we could perhaps talk to Regina, or I mean, she does also have many servants and maids, and perhaps we can buy one of them out to slip something into her morning coffee.
Extra dosage of the medicine.
Indeed.
Because again, it needs to not be viewed as anything other than an overdose.
I will note that she has wanted to go and get things from the doctor for quite some time now.
Oh, as much as I hate to say it, if she asks too many questions about the baby, I can always tell her, I'm having more than one and I'm going to have my hands full. So, I mean, she needs to be dead within a month anyway, so.
Indeed. That is an actual option. Let her know and on the secret that you are having twins, and then perhaps promise her one of them once it's born. You could be as what say, surrogate mother. And that would pull her out from her hiding hole. Like an eel or serpent.
Like eel. It's a good image.
But all right, well, I don't want to talk to her. Do you want to talk to her? Are you getting
No,
in
no
touch?
one
Are we
wants.
getting
No
in
one
touch?
wants to talk to her.
Should we run this past by anybody else? Oscar,
We
Regina?
probably should run it past someone else first, but it's a nice plan. I like it. It's one of.
Excuse me. I would need to
Oui.
just make a small comment.
Oh yes. Would you? Do you need me to make some rolls for the?
Not yet.
No. Oh no.
Across town,
Oh
as you were speaking,
yes.
some mechanics pull up their toolboxes, and get in some trucks with names of a different garage than the one that they actually belong to. And they sort of head across town. And as they head across town, they go and they sort of do a little bit of work on some power lines. They cut a couple of brake fluid hoses here or there. There's a little bit of undoing of certain locks and hinges. Some locksmiths about. Somebody delivers some food, and as they're delivering food, they unlock a couple of doors here or a couple of doors there. So a couple of people from the Duke's garage are doing some work in the neighborhood, as it turns out. And in the process, they just slip a couple of things here or there, and they create an advantage that they're expecting you to take advantage of.
Good job, guys.
Right?
Yeah.
This is what teamwork makes the dream work in crime.
They create an advantage, which is going to be, and the cleaners. This is on the Carlingue.
Mm-hmm.
We'll actually just call them FG, French Gestapo, so you know. And that is holes in their security.
Oh, good.
I just want you. They have just across town. They are setting up an advantage for you that you may take advantage of when you decide to do whatever you are going to be doing. I just want to let you know that they have done that.
That's how kind of them.
Yes, continue on.
Perhaps we can tell Regina when we get back to the hotel after my appointment. Huh?
Yes, that's an option. I don't think we should make such a grand decision on our own.
No, probably not. She probably have words to say about it. I mean, unless the opportunity is like right there, then we should not. But I doubt we'll get the opportunity in the next, 4 hours. So we have too much to do, and then
gods may have been crazier than that sometimes. I say as I stare at Trooper. And so at that point, I think, well, I mean, the only other thing I can think of is perhaps sitting tight here. Did I mention? I couldn't say it out there, but Jaeger was at the front entrance of the hotel.
No, you failed to mention that to me.
Well, it was sort of an open situation. I didn't quite want to point that out while too many people were there, make it seem suspicious.
Why was he there, do you think? Was he like... What was he doing?
He was in disguise. And he was observing the crowd.
Disguised as what's a bellhop? I would have loved to see that.
Not quite the bellhop, but he comes... I don't know, some
civilian
street
clothes?
urchin vibe.
He does love his military uniform, I hear.
No, I mean, he was sporting quite a big black eye. It was very fitting, very lovely. Pulled it off quite well.
He was just hanging about.
Well, I don't think we could ever attribute him to just hanging about. Did I notice him like staring at us?
Yes.
Super, from what I remember.
Yes. Yeah, you did.
Yes, you did.
He was quite intently staring at us as we were leaving. I was looking around. I didn't quite catch him there. I didn't know if he followed or he stayed behind, but...
I hope he didn't follow.
So too. Well, owing to the fact that I see him, I'm considering the fact that he may have has not. Either way, we're here now, safe. But if we are to leave this place, before we can leave this place, we have to find a way to perhaps... I tried to let Regina know. That's why I went back to the front counter.
Oh, that's why you went to the front desk. I see.
But he's also becoming quite brazen and forward.
He is dangerous. I think Nicolette is more dangerous.
Oh,
but he's not undangerous. I mean, I wouldn't want to meet him in a dark alley, in like a fisticuffs kind of way. But
I'm going to need a roll.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What kind of a role?
I need, because your folks are going to be doing the actual assault on this house, right?
They are. Yeah, so do you need the Fight Club to make an assault roll?
No. That's not what I need right now. I need initiative.
Okay.
I need I need a mobility roll.
From Fight Club?
Yes.
Because they're the ones doing it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do this. Let me pull up Fight Club. Here we
go. Is that are we doing a faction action or?
Oh, well, it's not in the negatives.
You don't have to pay for it, but this is indeed that's a 0 mediocre.
Yes,
this is indeed a
Initiative.
It's a bit of a timing situation, is what this is.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm gonna need at this point in time. We're just gonna do a little bit of a just to see how this goes, as it were. Let's see. Who is doing this? Who has she spoken to do the things that she needs to do? You know what I mean?
Nicoletta?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Who has she spoken to? Because she speaks to people every once in
I
a
bet
while.
it's the French Gestapo.
You'd think that. But
I would think that. Oh.
But I'm gonna roll this if you don't mind.
I mean, I might.
I mean, what, if we say we do mind, would you change your mind? No.
Ooh.
She rolls
Oh,
a
interesting.
3.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the transportation system in this city rolls a 3.
Yes,
It's
which is very interesting.
beating you. Is that
Yes,
what,
it is.
How do you feel about that?
I don't like it, but I don't think I can do a heckin' lot with it.
Okay.
Because it is such a differential. Because they're only average at mobility.
All right. Good. Done
Yeah.
and done.
Okay. I have a feeling this means Marie's not going to be there by the time we get there, but you never know.
You never know. You never know. So tell me, you have about 2 hours before the Duke's people are going to be able to go basically undermine enough for you to go and make your assault.
Yeah.
What do you
But she
think you
did say
wanna
to wait
do?
by the phone.
Just in case.
Just in case, which is
Just
wise.
in case.
She'll say, well, we have to wait here for about 2 hours until this whole thing boils over. Do you want to go back to your house? Try to sneak Angelo here? Or should I just meet you over there afterwards? You're welcome to stay here, of course. I just don't want you to be bored.
All right, I completely forgot he was in my home.
I'm sorry to remind you.
No, it's fine. I don't think it's safe for him to come.
To leave. I figured as much. Well, I will, as soon as this is done, then we'll go over there.
Yes, the best course is meeting him either well, preferably somewhere remote.
Well, your
away from-
house is, I mean, no one knows he's there, so I can just meet him there. And then I'm bringing him papers.
Indeed.
So that way we just need a photograph, which I'm sure we could probably gain it for, and then we can legally scoot him out of the country.
I hope he leaves. Oh God.
I'm not going to give him any reason to stay.
How did you ever even? Nope. You know what? I'm not going to pry. Never mind.
No, we have 2 hours. Please feel free. Pry away.
I mean, he's quite an arrogant man. Thinks quite highly of himself and considers himself a bit, what's the word? Entitled. But a lot of things. At least the way he approached me. Very jovial, very carefree for a man that was
He
shot.
has always been jovial and carefree.
Yes. Did you know he tried
But
to
he-
sing
Hmm?
quite loud in the bedroom? He
Oh.
was singing quite loudly and no
Yeah,
care in the
he's-
world. No, not at all. You know, not that we have an entire Nazi regime out there looking for people like him.
He's
and
not
that.
a spy.
No, but one would think as someone who is on the run, you'd be a bit more conscientious about being conspicuous.
One would think you would be more conscientious about being inconspicuous.
Were you directing that at me?
I'm sorry. No, not well, a little bit. You say things sometimes that
I try to keep things in.
You
Most of the time.
try.
You
I
tell
give
them
you
directly. You told my sister everything.
certain people need to know certain things, and other people need to not see you doubting things and discrediting Nazis. Sometimes you get a little, really, I mean, I appreciate your spirit. You have a very kind soul. But I think it gets you in trouble sometimes because you'll speak to people who want to be buddy-buddy with the Nazis, and sometimes you just question them a little too much. Like, are you sure this is the right thing? They don't give a fuck about the right thing.
I don't remember or recall talking to Nazis in that way. I've talked to
Nazi sympathizers. You can't
What?
talk to sympathizers that way. You have to treat them as if they're Nazis.
They're my people. And they're
You
about
have
to
to
leave my
treat
country.
Nazi sympathizers as Nazis.
They don't know better. They don't know what is actually happening here.
Are you going to say that about random Germans who sympathize with the Nazis? That aren't in the military? That they don't know better?
Well, it was worth a shot, but
But I do see a point about Angelo. I suppose you don't really know anything about him. We were together for quite a long time. He was an Italian opera singer. In 1933, he left very suddenly. Wanted me to leave with him, but I couldn't because my parents really were dying, and I didn't want to leave them. Found out afterwards, quite recently actually, that my husband Otto, he made Angelo leave and beat him up on the way out, so disfiguring him, doing permanent damage, and telling Angelo that I told Otto to do it. Because Otto was a very jealous and cruel individual.
indeed.
And I think Angelo must have heard that. He heard that I escaped, and we met very briefly. That Martin shot him. It was a whole debacle, and I guess he hasn't left. And he could have only heard that I am now widowed. So I think maybe he thinks that I will leave with him now.
Do you still have any feelings for him?
It's been 8 years, but he was very dear to me, very precious. But I have changed in those 8 years, and he can do better. He needs to move on with his life.
I don't know about him being able to do better, but perhaps just not the right one anymore. Two divergent paths.
Need to speak with him. We had always talked about what we would do if we left Germany. And it would seem he's done none of it. I need to know if he has moved on at all with his life. I don't want to hurt him, but I think I'm going to have to in order to get him to leave.
Sometimes perhaps hurting the ones you love is the easiest way to protect them.
That and I am a different person than I was 8 years ago. I think he wants the Freda of 8 years ago.
But perhaps when we go there, he sees the new Frida. Hopefully, and understands that it is no longer the same.
You'll see.
Well, I suppose the best we can do is just twiddle our thumbs here for the next 2 hours then until we wait.
Yes, I think our safety is priority at this moment in time.
Is there anything to drink around here? And then he kind
What
of
do you
goes
want?
out.
Beer, wine, hot liquor, water?
There's a knock on your door.
Who is
Yes.
it?
Your security fellow, your head security guy. No, the
Mhm.
door guy goes,
The door guy. Yeah, that's great.
I just
Oui? What is it?
there's a man who just can I bring him? He's come in?
What, name?
No.
What does he look like?
Mechanic. He's from the garage.
Certainly.
And he sort of steps back out. And then this
It's like, I'm a little paranoid right now. Like, I'm only gonna let certain people through.
and sort of like a young man who's probably around Luke's age, maybe a little bit older, sort of like strides in and he waves and he goes,
Yeah.
bonjour, madame. And he tips his cap and he goes,
Bonjour.
I'm from the garage. I'm going to be sitting out front just to, if you need anything.
Oui, do you need anything?
No, the Duke says I'm supposed to wait here and just to make sure you're safe. And if there's any news, I can go. I'm a bit of a runner, if there's anything.
You look it.
Thank you. So, if there's anything, I'm going to go and run and catch the Duke. If it's sometimes it's faster than, just in case.
Of course.
Question is, what's his face here? I was told that perhaps you had, who keeps safe here.
Oh, not in at the moment. Busy.
That's too bad because I wanted to give him a hard time. But it's all right.
She's like, no one's seeing me. There's gonna be no confirmation of his existence.
It's all right. hey, do me a favor, huh? Madame, with respect, the next time you see him, do me a small favor, huh? Call him Bing Crosby.
Bing Crosby.
Yes, he hates that. It's funny. So just call him...
Why do you call him that?
Because he thinks he can sing, but he cannot sing. He thinks he's some sort of jazz singer. He's so terrible. So I'd like to make fun of him. So just call him the Bing Crosby. He will
I
hate
will
it.
endeavor to do so.
So if you need anything, I'll be out. I might be coming back and forth, but I'm just here to make sure everything's okay.
And what is your name, young man?
Me,
Mm.
Etienne.
Oui. Etienne.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure meeting you, Etienne.
So I have to say, and he kind of just gives a quick glance at the doctor.
Mhm.
You're looking very, very beautiful this morning, Madame Cobra.
Thank you.
I have to say that you are an older woman, but I am a younger man, and I have to say that many older women have found my charms irresistible. So if you are looking for a younger man to give you some time, you can always call on Etienne.
I will keep that in mind,
I
Etienne.
just the one.
What did the prince say?
He just whispers underneath. He's quite a bold fellow.
And he just like
That's
gives you this.
more so I think just for Frida to hear.
Yeah.
So also I'm good with my hands. If you need
Oh, very good to know.
any mechanical things done.
I actually have some electronics I need tinkering with later.
Oh.
Maybe not today, but later this week.
Oh, I will absolutely. And he just sort of gives this big bow, and he's got you have met him like guys like him before. He's like guys on the block, you know what I mean? Like who they talk a big talk, right? They like
Oh yeah. Uh-huh.
You've met these guys. They work for your uncle. Do you know what I mean? Like these are those guys,
no,
right?
yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And
She loves to butter them up. It's hilarious.
and
Play to their ego.
Yeah.
Because then when you need something, they'll jump on it.
and like he sort of nods to the doctor, and he goes, "I don't know you." Wait. No, I do know you. I have heard about you.
Hello.
You are the hairdresser. Ah, yes,
I'm-
yes.
What a good eye you have.
No, I've heard about it.
Doctor.
Oh, you're a
Quite
doctor?
I'm a doctor.
Oh, is that like
Not
the
the
name
head-
you give yourself, like Dr. Hairdresser?
It is.
No,
Now, why
no,
don't you
I
go wait
have it.
outside and I
Oh,
will
it's okay.
let you know if I know anything.
My cousin's mother knows someone who saw your haircut. It's around town. And he's sort of like, it's a Dr. Haircut. And he sort of heads out.
She'll be like, not bad thing to have aliases, no?
Yes, but not one that's
Don't
called
you like
Dr.
the
Haircut.
hairdresser? Oh, I think it is quite clever. No one would suspect.
I don't. Could we? No, that's no. No. Nothing against hairdressers. This is not my position. I've worked hard for that title. All right.
Oh, but But your reputation precedes you, Dr. Hairdresser.
Haha, funny. And he walks away. Where's that drink?
You walk outside, and as you
oh yeah. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
as you walk out into the main brothel, still a little. It's getting later in the day. They're going to be opening pretty soon, but you can see people are sort of working, setting everything up. You've got this mechanic in the corner, sort of having a drink. Sort of with his feet up on a chair, sort of very cocky, in a way that you can really only be when you're about 19, and sort of sitting in the corner having a good time just watching. And what's interesting is that you notice he's actually kind of tucked away, so that if you walk in, you won't necessarily notice him. But coming out of the office, you can see where he's sort of tucked away. And I feel like everything is fine, right? There's like no...
Yeah. Everything is so fine.
Right. You have an operation that you're going to be involved in about an hour or so, but at this moment, everything's great. And you're heading out to get a drink, and the bartender who's there.
I'm assuming that the brothel has.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
a bar.
There's drinks.
There's like a bar there, and there's a bartender who's setting things up. Who goes, and the bartender is like a young man who knows of you. I mean, everybody here knows of you because you've given everybody here medical exams, and sort of smiles at you and goes, "Oh, yeah, doctor, what do you need?"
So just give me something not too strong, but something that will perhaps one of your whiskeys.
Oh.
Any you would suggest?
Oh, would you like a wine? We have a very nice red, if you would like that. Not so strong. It's good for the morning. I mean, I always have a glass of wine in the morning. It's healthy. Would you like?
Sure, if that's your recommendation.
Yes, I have a good one. And he goes and he brings out a bottle of wine. He sort of pours this wine. It's very expertly done. And it's just this really sort of, it actually seems to be quite expensive. And he sort of hands you the glass of wine. And as he does, you can hear, like a bit of a buzz as the bell's going. Somebody's at the door. And the bouncer sort of, checks for the peephole, and then opens up the door. What are you doing in your office, by the way, right now, as he's out to get a drink?
Propping her feet up because they are swollen. Maybe looking over some paperwork while she's in the office.
Yeah, this is nice, right?
Yeah.
You're having a nice glass of wine. You're in the office with your feet up. You've got somebody from the...
Imagine she's got a stool just under her desk, so she can just scoot the chair back a bit and be like, that way if people come in, she can just scoot back and be like, yep, nope, fine. Everything's fine here. So she's just feet up, looking through paperwork, trying to get stuff set up for Luke so he can just do the minimum.
And the door opened. This man's sort of talking to somebody. And he goes like, oh, the bouncer. And he sort of opens the door for these, for whoever's at the front. And he sort of lets them in. How much are you paying attention to who's coming in, and who's going, dear Prince?
I would think just as in general, he's quite observant, or he tries to be very observant. He, as I think ingrained as part of his training, and as just someone who's a doctor, who's very keen. I would imagine that he's just occasionally just looking around, taking in the sights, making sure, especially he'd probably actually sit somewhere on the bar that he's not to the back of anything or to the back of anyone like that can come up on him. Perhaps more so like if it's one of those curved bars, he would sit on more of the side with only a wall behind him, and then have I can't speak eyesight of like the entrance and any other doorways that are nearby, so he can watch anybody who's coming in and out.
So you can see who walks in, and you catch a little brief sort of snippet of conversation as somebody goes, as the bouncer, who's actually not that quiet, goes, "Oh, all right, I'll go and fetch Madame Cobra. Everyone wants Madame Cobra today." And the bouncer starts heading towards the back as these two men walk in. And the mechanic looks at them and sees these two men, and there's a look of recognition in his eye. You see these two men, and there's a look of recognition in your eye, perhaps, as you see Elias Jaeger and some man you do not recognize walk into the brothel.
I think Pritham, he pretends to not notice them. And like continues to drink, but would the guard be going past?
The guard's going towards the office. You said you kind of tucked yourself out of the way.
A little, yeah. I mean, if it's out of his way, then it's out of his way. I can't do anything. But as the guard's approaching, I hail the bartender, and then say, if you don't mind, one favor. I believe Madam Cobra hasn't had much to drink today. She's not had much water or anything, and she may be a little parched. Would you mind perhaps taking some seltzer to her, or some carbonate, and let her know that to be a bit more careful with her meal. We don't know, and also perhaps from coming out of her room, because it seems that.
As you're saying this, by the way, I'm going to ask a couple of questions. I'll have to have it right about now. One. Are you at all being stealthy, or can they see you talking to the bartender? Because you're right there at the bar.
I feel like I'm tucked more in, because I'm tucked in the corner. Mm-hmm. It's not that you would immediately notice. I'm sure I've just been kind of like sitting like
Give
this,
me
so
stealth.
it's not like. Okay.
Good luck.
I do not have, so that's not gonna work in my favor at all. I knew it. Yeah.
Okay.
You could have rolled worse.
I just need to know, as you are sort of chatting with the bartender to sort of try to get this message in.
And I would say, if you don't mind also letting her know that with the nature, I just forgot to mention with the nature of this public area, just for her own health, we just don't want any infection or random things. So, and
as you're saying this, the bartender's nodding and listening to you while the bouncer's at the door of her.
And then I write J and an exclamation, and then hand it to the bartender.
Before that happens, you have a knock on your door as your bouncer's like, Madame Cobra, guests again?
Feet down, scoot down. Oui.
And like he opens the doors like, guests out front?
Who?
I don't know.
Describe what they look like.
2 men. They say they're friends of yours. I don't know.
This bouncer sucks.
He's good at hitting things.
Yes.
I don't, just more.
She's like 2 men. One of them have a black eye?
Yes.
I tell them I will speak with the one with the black eye. Make the other one wait.
Oui. And as he's coming back out.
Oh, that other punk.
Right.
He can wait.
As he's coming out.
Jaeger.
The bartender sort of moves towards, and Jaeger sees you, Prince, and he goes, it is good to see you, Your Highness.
Oh.
Be a patron.
Oh, Mr. Jaeger, I apologize. I didn't see you there.
And he sort of starts walking towards you to say hello. This is a bit of a dance, right? He's walking towards you to say hello, and he's being trailed by this other person. And as they're moving forward towards you, the bouncer's coming back, the bartender's going towards the office with this note. The mechanic starts heading towards you and then sees that you've got people heading towards you. So he sort of like holds back a little bit as he's sort of like waiting. So like there's this sort of kind of strange confluence. The bartender heads up and goes and like hands you a note and heads back out with this glass of seltzer, which just says J exclamation point.
She's like, yep, it's Jaeger, and just puts it face down, puts the seltzer on top of it.
And Jaeger and this other man walk right up to you, and they're about to have a conversation with you, perhaps, as the bouncer comes back and is like, what? Madame Cobra says that she will see you. Have I seen you before? And you have to wait. That's what she says. Huh? And Jaeger goes, kind of just gives this kind of slightly smug look. And is like,
yeah, I'm sure he would. Yeah.
Your Highness, we will speak, I'm sure, perhaps a bit later. And he gets up and heads towards the office.
Mm-hmm.
And as he does, the guy that's just standing there is like, and like, Is it?
Yeah. I don't know, this punk, he can wait. Besides, he wants my brothel. He can look at it.
And like
Can't have
he's
it.
like he kind of just like shrugs and is about to starts to move towards he's heading out. And as he's moving, the
Before he leaves, I try to engage him in conversation just because I know
you
who
have
this
no
is?
idea who this man is. But
Yeah.
he's about ready to sort of move out, and you can see the mechanic moving towards you, right? So he's about this guy in this big trench coat is about to sort of start leaving, while the mechanic starts heading towards you. And
I see the mechanic approaching me.
like quickly, but out of out of the side of this guy that's moseying outwards,
Mm-hmm.
trying to sort of get out of his eyesight.
I tell him, is the mechanic making eye contact with me? I kind of give him a wait sign, and then kind of just slower walking. Stop looking goddamn suspicious, like.
And he just sort of says to you, "Keep him here as long as possible." And he's pointing to the man who's now sort of behind him.
Okay. I'm like, oh, excuse me, sir. You don't have to leave.
And the minute you say
join
that,
me for a
the
cup of
mechanic
drink?
just turns his back and sort of like scoots his way. So he does not want to be seen by who this man is.
No.
He's trying to like get out of the space.
Mm-hmm.
And this man turns around, looks at you, and he goes, with this kind of like heavy French sort of accent, goes, "What do you want, eh? Huh?"
Oh, nothing. Any friend of or acquaintance of Mr. Jaeger only means someone who's quite important and should be well known and should be respected. And therefore, I just wanted to do my due respect. Perhaps offer you a seat at the bar, maybe perhaps buy you a drink. I'm new in town. I've been only here for, compared to anybody else, much shorter time. And as one of the radio announcers, it's always fun to know new folks.
Give me rapport.
All right.
There you go.
All right. Okay.
The friendly skill. You're friendly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You friendly?
Mm-hmm.
You so friendly.
He looks at you, and he goes, "What are you doing here? Are you some sort of what are you doing here? How do you?"
Oh, my primary purpose or my occupation is a doctor.
Oh.
Or general physician, specializing in OBGYN. I have a clinic only a couple blocks over. I do like to do my due diligence to the countrymen and to the fine folks of the city by coming around and doing certain rounds. I do checkups on the local gals here so that the business can stay safe for anybody who wishes to use it, any of our fine fellow members.
Interesting. All right. Give me the most expensive thing here. I want to see how good the stock is.
Oh, by all means. And then has the bartender returned at this point? Well, would you mind? Do I know the bartender's name?
You do. The bartender's name is Felix.
Felix. Felix. Would you perhaps? I'm not too good with what the finest selection of wine is out there. I'm not much of a wine connoisseur. So if you perhaps could give our gentleman your finest stock, I'll pay.
And he tips his hat and starts making it. And this man walks up to you, and he sits down right next to you, and he goes, "So, you are the doctor that makes this place run."
Oh, I don't know about running. I just do my part to make sure that it's safe.
I am so glad to meet you. I think that you and I have quite a bit of business to speak about, huh?
Oh.
Huh.
Oh, I see. You must be some sort of
What
quite
is
a bit
your
of a business
name?
then. Oh, Dr.
you said
Singh.
Yes, the radio man, and you are the doctor for this place. Interesting.
Well, I'm a
Yes.
doctor, at least one that cares for its people, and therefore is here to just do his part, his civic duty.
Why don't you give me a tour of this place, huh? If you have been treating the women here, then you probably know all the floors and buildings. Come, give me a tour. I would love to see what the doctor has to say about this place.
I mean, I could show the people perhaps, and then talk to you about
Yes,
that.
let's
But
go.
I don't know. I go to one single room, and then I have the
Show me what you
ladies
do.
come to me.
Come
You
on.
wish to see what I do?
Yes. Let
I
me
mean, I've
see.
already done my rounds.
Oh, I don't
So-
care.
Perhaps would you like to finish your drink first?
Oh, I'll
And
get
then-
more than one. I want to see what you do. How good you are at this doctoring, huh?
Well, if you so, how could I say no
Hmm.
to someone interested in the medical arts?
Yes.
Well, all right then. And then, what's the bouncer's name?
Oh gosh, Willa knows. Willa knows the bouncer's name. And his name was like
It was
oh,
great.
Yeah, it was
Yeah, I'm looking for it.
Yeah, Willa knows, which is the end of my life.
Rolf.
Rolf, thank
Rolf.
you. Rolf.
He's
Rolf.
a lovely French bouncer that's like 6.5 feet tall and built like a brick shithouse.
And-
He's great.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. And Rolf's kind of like looking up at you. You don't want to get hit by Rolf because his hands are like big, like hands.
They're like ham hocks.
Yeah.
Just with fingers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Rolf, if you don't mind, actually, I think
Mhm.
I didn't get around a chance to see Clarice today.
Oh,
Would you happen to call her to the room so that I can perform a proper medical checkup,
Yeah.
health checkup for her?
oui. And he just sort
the
of like,
usual room would do.
and he just like gives you a salute, and he sort of starts heading up the floors. And this man walks up really close to you, and he has this thick smell of cologne,
Yeah,
quite
this guy
heavy.
doesn't live long either. He's on the Duke's hit list.
And he just
Yeah.
looks at you and he goes, He looks you up and down, assessing you.
Like what you see, bub. No, I didn't say that out loud.
Like, he gets a little close into your personal space.
Pritam doesn't move. He kind of just he has like a serene smile on his. He's like, oh, that's quite a bit of a fragrance. May I ask what that is? That's lovely.
Ah. And he puts his arm right around yours and he goes, Let's go and let me watch you work. Let's see how valuable you are.
Right.
Yeah. And as he puts his arm around you and squeezes your shoulder
Hmm.
and starts...
Am I taller or he's taller?
He's like just maybe an inch shorter than you are.
Yeah. Well, because Pritam we've established is not a tall. He's like
Yeah.
5'5",
Yeah.
5'4".
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This guy's a little shorter than you.
Yeah, just a little shorter.
He's got a complex.
So I'm like, well, I reach around and I put my hand on his shoulder and then, shall we then? And I kind of like gesture with my hands and then I like, ha 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 ha, and then walk up. And I try to like make jokes for him along the way and try to make him laugh.
Yeah, and you two are headed up as he's like, Yes, how valuable are you? And as he's walking you upstairs, the door opens to your office and in strides Elias Yeager. And that's where we're going
I've
to take our
actually
break.
never had the pleasure of speaking with before. So
It is
this would,
true.
we'll see how this goes.
It is true. But this is where we're going to go into our break. I should mention one thing. While you two go upstairs, dear Prince, and Yeager walks into your office, the mechanic leaves out the front door.
Good. Please go tell the Duke that Pierre Bonny is here.
He has some messages to deliver.
I can't call the Duke right now.
No.
So, I mean, I probably could,
Yes.
but I doubt Elias would care that much.
Yes.
but- Yeah. He'd be like, who you calling? I'd be like, none of your business.
Yeah.
Um,
So we're gonna have the prince in a room with the head of the French Gestapo, and who's a psychotic serial killer in his own way, and we're gonna have our
is
dear,
the episode title Alone in a Room with Serial Killers?
perhaps,
Um,
and then we're gonna have our dear Madame Cobra alone in a room with a serial killer, but a
the
different
serial
one,
killer.
a different one.
Yeah. One who's personally hit this house and she ain't happy about it.
Yeah, but we're gonna go take a break, and when we go to break, my friends, I would like you to enjoy our new audio, which is "This Is the Enemy," some good propaganda from the era, and stretch, drink some water, stretch your legs. We're gonna come back and find out, how they do how they do.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, we're going to find out how they do. And nothing bad's going to happen.
Yeah.
Of course not.
And I wouldn't worry about it at all. And that's it. We're just gonna I'm not ooh. Hey everybody. We'll see you in about 10 minutes. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna see you in about 10 minutes. Yeah. We're gonna go to break.
The United States government presents This is Our Enemy. Tonight, a united nation goes forward with a determination to win this war and bring about a just and enduring peace. But we cannot win our war or make our peace unless we understand the character of the enemy we're fighting. That's why your government is bringing these programs to you. With us tonight is Francis Perrin, French patriot, who will speak to you later. This is a program of truth. This is the truth about our enemy. France under Hitler. On June 22nd, 1940, by terms of an armistice signed between Germany and France in the forest of Compiègne, the Third French Republic came to an end in the way it had begun, through the defeat of France by Germany. 8 days earlier, the occupation had begun, when German troops marched through the streets of Paris. There were no throngs to greet the invaders. Most of the French had left Paris, and the few people that had come to watch the goose-stepping Nazis stood in clusters of 3 and 4, hostile, and for the most part silent. Not far from the Arc de Triomphe stood a small, middle-aged haberdasher, Jacques Talbot and his wife Berthe, proprietors of a small store on the Boulevard de Courcelles. With them was an old friend, David Mathieu, gray-haired and erect. Talbot spoke.
The Boche again.
Yes, the Boche again.
But how? Where did they come from? How did they get through?
Down in Brittany, you remember Cothcollure, my farm? Well, I had pigs. They would never keep in their sty. You close all the doors in the house, they would find a way to get in. You would find them rooting around in the parlor.
These are not so much pigs, Mathieu. They're wild boars.
Mathieu, you have lived longer than us. Explain what went wrong. Our army was the strongest in Europe, no? 6 million men. And the Maginot, it was impregnable.
Impregnable, Talbot, to all but the corruptible inside. Not all Frenchmen believed in France.
I should like to go home and get my gun.
Jacques, you and Berthe, you should leave Paris. There are going to be terrible times ahead.
What, leave the shop, Monsieur Mathieu? We've worked so hard to make it pay. All our lives, practically. Louis and Pierre, our children, we all lived so happily. Leave our home, Monsieur Mathieu.
If it is only your home, Berthe, if it is only your home, you will have to sacrifice.
Things are not as bad as that, eh, Mathieu? The Nazis have been given instructions to behave. I heard it on the radio Paris this morning.
Yes, they will behave. You will see how they will behave.
Come, we'll go home. Monsieur Mathieu, you will have tea with us?
No, thank you, Berthe. My stomach... This business has upset it. I think I'll go to my cafe and get a little cognac. That is, if those swine haven't gotten to it before me.
Mon Dieu! That is Madame Levy's grocery. They're smashing her shop.
Quick, Beth. Give me a hand with these shutters out here. We are not Jews, but that won't make any difference.
Oh, Jacques, I should go to Madame Levy. She will need help.
She's not there. Her son came for her this morning. These drunken swine will probably hit you.
Oh, Monsieur Haberdasher. Closing early, eh?
How about accommodating some last-minute customers?
Please, we've had a long day. We must have our supper. Perhaps tomorrow morning.
Shirts. Look at those wonderful French shirts in there. Gentlemen, they've been made up for a special customer.
Special customer. Herr Hitler, eh?
Stay on the other side of the counter. I'll report you. You're not supposed to molest citizens.
No, she's right. Quiet, you dumbhead. Let me explain to Madame and Monsieur Haberdasher. Look, money.
Yes, I have money, too. Nothing but money. Pretty, eh? How many shirts for 200 francs?
This money, these bills, they look different from our French bills.
Are they good, monsieur?
Good, madame. There are none better. They were especially printed for us by Adolf Hitler.
Then they're counterfeits.
No, they are the new currency. They're worth as much as the old.
Soon, in fact, your old bills will be useless.
Oh, is this not like a dream? Look at the label. Boulevard de Courcelles, the blue stripe is fine. Very smart. Made in Paris. How much?
125 francs, monsieur.
Jacques, so much they'll cause trouble.
It is usually 150, but for our guest.
Our guest? Did you hear that, Carl?
I'll take all you have.
Oh, wait, Carl. Maybe I want some of those. I like the color.
I saw them first. I'm going to have them. There are plenty of others for you.
Why, you selfish beast? Give me some of those.
Take your hands
Well,
off
I'll
me.
take some myself.
Let go, you lice.
Oh, I'll get you for that, Carl.
Here, come on, let it go on. Fight.
Get at him. I'm trying to hold him. Get him.
Attention! So you're out to impress the French with German discipline, huh? What are you fighting about?
Nothing, sir. We were just buying some shirts.
Well, take your shirts and get out.
Yes, sir. We were just going, sir. Those blue ones are mine.
Leave the money.
Yes, sir.
No more brawling, you understand? Not in my district, anyhow.
Yes, sir.
Lucky he came in.
Who's the proprietor?
I am, monsieur officer.
How much are these shirts?
120... 100 francs, monsieur.
You know that all prices have been frozen?
We have been getting more, monsieur.
What my wife says is true.
How many of these do you have?
Of that quality, monsieur. 7 dozen. But in monsieur's size...
Never mind about my size. I'll take the lot. How much?
8,400 francs, monsieur.
Very well. I want you to make a list of everything you have here.
Everything?
Shirts, socks, ties, handkerchiefs, cotton, everything, you understand? We leave the prices to you.
But is monsieur setting up a store somewhere?
Yes, in the supply division of the German army.
The German army is buying our stock. Well, does monsieur carry so much money around with him?
It will not be necessary to pay for them immediately. Careful record of your account where the army is kept. At present, your stock is requisitioned. Here are my orders.
But the money, monsieur, your soldiers have money. All that money you're printing.
I'm afraid that won't be much use to you. It has no value yet.
No value.
When we've stabilized our currency in France, you will get every centime.
But, monsieur, when will that be?
I don't know. I'm not a financier. But rest assured, you shall be paid in full.
But you've taken everything we have. How shall we make a living?
We didn't invade France to teach her citizens how to make a living. The truck will be around the morning. Make sure you leave nothing out. Remember, if I catch you hiding anything, I'll have you shot. Heil Hitler.
As old Mathieu had predicted, the Nazis went wild in an orgy of drinking and brutality. They bought up everything in sight with their devaluated currency. For a while, Parisians were caught up in a business boom. But as things quieted, the true nature of the occupation became evident. Luxuries vanished. Businesses were requisitioned by the Nazis. Millions were deprived of the means of livelihood, and food became scarcer every day. As their savings vanished, and with nothing to buy or to sell in their shop, the Talbots, with their 19-year-old son Louis, left Paris for Cormier on the Channel coast. There they shared a house with Alphonse Renarche, mayor of Cormier, and his daughter Jeannette. Old Mathieu lived in those parts.
Your cuisine, Monsieur le Maire, is always the best obtainable.
The soup is mostly water, but the ham, it is tasty, eh? I have been keeping it under guard for a long time.
Perhaps it is a little ripe.
Ham is ham nowadays.
The ham, Monsieur le Maire, is best described by the phrase that, nicely aged.
Well, I'm delighted to have you all share it with me. Mathieu, Berthe, Jacques, Louis. I can't tell you how much happiness it gives me to have you all at my table, meager though it is these days. However, we make a brave clattering with our knives and forks. The Germans looking through the window might think we were having a banquet. They will not humiliate us with the crumbs of charity, huh?
Yet many Frenchmen are leaving, Papa, going to Germany and Poland to work for these Nazi beasts. I saw them signing up at the town hall.
We cannot judge them, child. They have wives and children. Many are starving. They are taking...
Whoa, sorry. We were just talking about Etienne and vocal lessons. Sorry about not coming into frame that quickly. Sorry about that. We were just talking about Etienne and vocal lessons. Sorry.
I love Etienne, and I appreciate his vigor for life and his spoken. That's what I'm gonna say. And she can't wait to tell Luke about it.
Oh, yeah. Welcome back, everyone, to the second half of this episode. I wanted to read out the donations we got for the first half, though, as they contemplate the serial killers in their midst.
Is that the name of the episode? Serial killers in their midst?
Maybe.
In our midst.
Maybe.
In our midst.
In our midst.
I want to thank Rissa, who is our mod, for the $20 donation, and also Draftier for their $25 donation. Both of those things are amazing. Thank you, both of you. Also, we've gotten some ahoys and some yays, and I want to start for particular reasons that you should not at all be worried about. Timing-wise. Just, a little bit with Frida in the office, because for reasons that will make me really happy and maybe KP less happy. So, you'll find out. As Jaeger walks in, he strides in and he goes,
Yeah, Frida had 2 minutes to formulate possible plans and to make sure she's like the most presentable.
He walks in and he goes, Guten Tag, Madame Cobra. It is a pleasure to meet you, come face to face with you.
Please have a seat.
Of course. And he sort of sits down, and as he takes his hat off, oof, my friend. Oh, he does have a black eye.
Yeah.
Also a broken nose. He is bruised, like entire half of his face is bruised real bad. It does
inwardly very satisfied.
Doesn't look like somebody gave him a punch in the eye. Looks like somebody like brutalized him. Like, looks bad. Yeah. It looks real bad.
Mm-hmm.
And he looks at you and he crosses his arms and he goes, Well, I have heard so much about you. It is a pleasure to meet you. Indeed. It's a bit of a surprise. I have been being bothered by my wife to go and have some sort of tennis with you and Regina over and over, and with your doctor friend as well. But I have yet to actually make your acquaintance.
Well, I find tennis awfully dull.
As do I. So strange to find Berlin Nightengale here. What exactly are you doing here, may I ask? Besides, apparently running this place. Strange.
I'm going to congratulate you on being the first person to find out why I actually came to Paris.
Oh. Interesting. Huh. Well, so... I don't quite know what to do with this information. I was brought here for other reasons, but,
Oh, were you really?
Yes. Apparently you are making my friends upset.
Oh, well, they started it.
Did they?
So... they reap what they sow.
I suppose this does happen sometimes. I have some questions for you, if you don't mind. This is a friendly questioning, not a difficult one.
Can I get you a drink?
Oh, perhaps later. I would like to ask about... you know, I am currently the head of the SS, and so everybody comes, asks me questions, they get all upset, you know, when the things are happening.
I can only imagine.
All the time. And sometimes they come and they tattle. You know, they say...
Like people do.
Papa, someone said something bad about me. You know. And they say, Papa, someone said something very bad about me. And an evil woman said something terrible about me that lives in that house over there. So... I have come to see who is saying such terrible things about my friend.
I see.
And apparently it's a friend of a friend. Very strange.
Interesting. Well, it's a small world, you know.
Apparently. So, about these things you were saying about my friend. Apparently, there have been rumors going about that, well... the French Gestapo are in league with a serial killer or protecting one. Very strange.
Would you consider these things untrue?
I would indeed.
Oh, interesting.
Why would you...
Pierre Bonny has killed many people. Very messy, but...
it's too bold. But why would you share such... rumors? They seem awfully specific.
Perhaps they were designed to get someone's attention.
Really? Well, you certainly got Mr. Bonny's attention.
Well, that wasn't hard to get at all.
No. He doesn't like not getting what he wants to get.
I'd imagine not. He's much like your wife.
Yes, he is, isn't he? So... wherever did you come up with these rumors? You know, rumors like that are dangerous.
They are dangerous, but, you know, I've come here to Paris to do crime. My family, most people don't realize it, but very steeped in Berlin crime scene.
Awesome.
I was Berlin Viper.
Really?
Indeed. And let's just say I've seen a certain person's work, and I found it quite interesting. Slightly less interesting than it was in my establishment, but interesting nonetheless. Very creative.
What do you know about this supposed serial killer as the head of the police?
Serial killer who is evading the police with remarkable ability.
You know, it is my job to investigate any such crimes.
Of course, of course. I know many things about this serial killer.
Do you?
Their work is interesting. So there's a few examples of it. Some in the building. I've also seen it in other places.
Have you?
Mathematical precisions that I can appreciate.
Let us begin our social conflict, shall we?
Yes,
well,
please
our
do.
conflict, as it were. I believe you are beginning with a rapport attack.
Certainly. Yes, we'll go with rapport.
That's certain, because it's not a provoke.
It's not. It is not quite a provoke. No. Oh, not Fight Club, but Freda. Yes.
Freda. That's great.
That is great.
That is great.
It's great.
Average. That's a 3.
Yeah, it is.
I will spend my fate point, and he's quite difficult, to make you beat him only by 1.
Oh, but I want to beat him by more than 1. So I will spend a fate point, and using from the Viper's Den, make my great a fantastic.
All right. Okay. I see that. I see you.
Good. I'm glad you see.
I do.
Good.
He will take that mental stress as he sort of notes this. Who do you
An
pass it
artistic
to?
flair to it, you could say.
I see.
Very precise. And so I'm guessing this is not just between me and him. If you're just asking who I pass it to.
There's also Pritam and Pierre Bonny upstairs, as a matter of fact, who are also in a conflict, but they don't know it yet.
I'm gonna pass it to Jaeger.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
We're having a conversation. Why would I want to disrupt that?
Jaeger goes, So you've seen this work, have you?
I have.
Some people who are witnesses to great violence are made nervous by the fact that at any moment they could be next. I mean, if you have a family instance, a crime world, then you know quite well that sometimes people who see things end up never saying anything, and it could be something that would be quite worrisome if there were people who were not friendly. Do you see what I'm saying? That is an average provoke from him. It was a terrible roll.
Okay.
If you could roll your
my will?
Yes, please.
Yes. I would love to roll that for you. Oh.
Yeah.
Better than his average.
It is. This is so perhaps
just interesting. Yeah.
You understand that many people would be very concerned if they were witness to such acts of violence. Are you concerned?
Why would I be? Violence is around us every day. It's the violence we choose to have around us that I find more interesting.
Many people would not say that. As he passes it to Pierre Bonny, who is
probably wouldn't say that.
As Pierre Bonny sort of like strides into this office, right where you do your work, and there's a woman who's brought in by Rolf, who sort of nods and heads back downstairs. And this woman, she sort of sits down on the sort of the table, the examining table, and Pierre Bonny sort of like steps back and watches you sort of go towards her, because apparently you're going to do some sort of examination. He wants to see what you can do, but he gets to go first. And he watches you, and he watches this woman. And this woman here, you said her name was Clarice?
Oh, yes, Clarice.
She is actually one of, she's been around a while. She looks young, but she is not. She's probably in her late 20s, but she has very good makeup skills. And she sometimes looks very young. Sometimes she looks very old. She often is the one who does quite a lot of, she often dresses as a nun, and does a lot of sort of work up in the gladiator room. And she's one of the star people at this place. She's very, very competent. And as he watches you and sort of sees what you're about to do, he waits for you to sort of open up your bag.
Yeah.
And then he pulls out a gun and he shoots her in the stomach.
What the hell, man?
Now,
what are you doing? I run up to her and I immediately start putting pressure
by the way,
on the wound.
That's his action. He shoots her right in the stomach, and so a noise, and he goes, "Let's see exactly how good you are, Monsieur Doctor." Huh?
Pritam,
and he's gonna pass it to you. No, wait. Yeah. I'm sorry. He's gonna pass it to her first. She is bleeding. She's gonna have to make a she is currently bleeding from a gut wound, and she's going to have to make a physique roll.
She should have good physique though as a hooker, I'd like to think.
Yes, she should, but she is going to have to do that because she has been shot. Yeah, and by the way, he's just going to go and, if you don't mind, he's going to make his shoot roll. Epic.
No.
By the way, he's actually...
What was that roll for?
He was to shoot her.
Shoot.
Oh, that's the shoot roll?
Yes, it was.
Yes.
He's not actually trying to take her out. He's trying to put a condition on her, and that condition is that she's bleeding out. She will, try to make a roll, but she is not, yeah. So she is now bleeding out, and that bleeding out has 2 free invokes on it. And that's what he does, and he passes it to her, and she has to overcome the fact that she's bleeding out. She has a condition on her, and that condition is that she is bleeding out. And this condition will do an attack on her of 2 every single round. And she has to roll her physique to overcome that, or she's going to start taking stress damage. She will start. She's in a bad way. Just, so you know it.
So I...
Hey.
Oh, good. Yes.
Good.
She's able to withstand that, but he is going to... He won't use the free invokes on it just yet, but he's going to watch to see how you deal with the fact that this woman is shot in the stomach and bleeding out. Pass to you.
I immediately start. So I'm going to apply. I'm going to start trying to patch
treating
her back
the gut wound. Yeah.
Yeah, treating her gut wound, and
Stop the
so
bleeding.
I would imagine. So this is my specialty. This is
Yes,
now.
it is.
So my medical. I have medical, but underneath that, surgery is the specialty. So I immediately grab my bag.
Yes.
I'm
going to note you are indeed going to have to do some surgery on her. This is a surgery situation. Absolutely.
Yeah, so, come on.
This, by the way, is going to be a contest.
And doesn't that add a +1 for your
does.
specialty?
It does.
So it's 6.
This is going to be a contest, by the way.
Okay.
Now, this wound is going to get increasingly difficult for her. It starts at 2. It goes up. And she needs to keep making rolls to resist bleeding out.
Okay.
So next turn, she's going to have to roll to 3. You, my friend, have got to get... This is a chase, basically. It's a contest.
Okay.
You have to get enough... Yes. You have to get enough successes to finish this, right? To sort of get over this. You need 6 total. You need 6 successes. If you sort of beat the difficulty, then you get 1. If you beat it with style, you get 2.
What success number is that roll?
It is not so bad. It's not so bad for you. This is, however, gut wound, and you are in a brothel. It is a 4. It is.
So right now you're beating the difficulty by 2,
Yes.
which means you have 1 success.
Yes.
You might want to boost that if you can, just to get extra successes earlier on, because it's a chase. Yeah, there we go.
Let's
There you
go
go.
over
Oh,
here,
look, it's
why
the
don't we?
Saints.
Oh, the
Oh,
Saints! They're hanging
It's
out.
when we kicked the Gestapo's ass.
This is from when you kicked the Gestapo's ass. And by the way,
the last time.
Yeah, we're gonna just right.
Change that.
Yeah, and actually, here you go. We're gonna do it.
You
like
can leave
this.
the Gestapo on the bottom. You can just change the top to pre-top.
We're actually going to change this to your difficulty is at the moment. I lied to you. It is not a 4. We're going to do it like this. Your difficulty is a 2. At this moment.
Ah.
Okay.
Bleeding out is what you got. And then our good doctor.
Wait. I don't understand this game mechanic.
So you need to get 6 successes total, right? And every time you beat it, you get 1 success. If you beat it with style, then you get 2. And the current difficulty is
tally marks.
Yes, it's telling you how many you've gotten. And that the bottom ones are the difficulty you've got. So it's currently a 2, which means you are currently succeeding with style. So you would not have to spend a fate point.
Okay.
Because the difficulty is only a 2 at the moment.
So right now you'd have 2 check marks.
That is correct.
You gotta get to 6.
Continue. Should I make another roll then?
No, because we're in a round. Tell me how you start doing this.
So,
as he's leaning up against the wall, chuckling, I'm
tuning him out. I'm absolutely tuning him out right now. He's not on my mind. My mind is save this girl. So immediately I go into this very peaceful, calm, focused mode, and then I reach over as I'm pulling pressure. I put my hand on Clarice's head, and I'm like, "It's okay. You'll be fine, my dear. It's just it barely gazed anything. You're quite acrobatic to dodge an entire bullet, didn't you?" And then as I'm comforting her, I go in and grab my my kit. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I don't know what that program. I'm assuming. Well, first and foremost, remove the bullet.
Yes.
I'm like, I grab and reach in, and I grab a couple of swabs. I roll it up. Like, could you bite down on this for me?
She does.
I have her, and then I kind of take the tongs, and I reach in. This may sting a little, and I go in, bind, and kind of using the other hand to open up the wound slightly. Go in and remove basically try and remove the bullet.
Who do you pass it to?
Huh?
Who do you pass it to? Right now, that's the end of the round. You can pass it. You can take the turn again yourself if you like. You can pass. You've got you. Her.
That might be good because the difficulty is only 2.
I'm gonna continue.
It's gonna increase. So.
So I'm gonna continue.
The difficulty is now 3, by the way.
3. Yeah.
So I'm gonna go.
Boost.
Roll again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please roll.
7. That's a 7 with your speciality.
3. He spends one of the free invokes on that bleeding out, so that you only succeed by 2. So it's just a regular success.
Sorry, what?
So
what?
he put a bleeding.
Had 2 invokes.
He has 2 free invokes on bleeding out.
Shoot.
He
used one of them to reduce your success rate by making it.
Yeah. So it's now a 5 versus your 7.
I see.
Because he finds this amusing. He thinks this is hilarious. Actually, because he has a strange sense of humor. So, do you want to do anything about that?
Yeah, I'm going to use my fate point, and I'm going as a SOE trained doctor.
Okay. That he will use the last bleeding out. So now that is 7 versus 9.
Versus 9.
Okay.
We have group fate points too. Do you want to
Yeah.
use one of those? Yeah.
No worries. I'm gonna get rid of this one first. I forgot to delete it. And then I still have 1 personal fate point.
Yes,
so
you do.
I have I can do iron. I'm gonna use my other faction, which is Iron Will, even in the face of fear,
Yes. Yes.
and keep that up.
You have no fate points left, but you succeed
I
with
personally
style,
don't. Yes.
which means you get 2 more.
You're up to 4.
You get 2 more successes.
Mm-hmm.
How do you deal with this? As you can see, blood is sort of like just like he clearly was expert in shooting her in just the right place, not to kill her outright, but to cause a lot of damage to see what you would do. He clearly didn't want to kill her. He wanted to see if you could save her.
I'm a fucking goddamn saver, in style.
Okay.
My goal at this point is to basically put this motherfucker in his place, to show that he had that initial outburst of going, "What the f," and then utter focus. And then just literally focus, and then he's not even listening to him to show how much in control he is in all of this. Like, this is something he's dealt with before, and he can fix it, and he can move on from this, and then nothing he can do will rattle him.
All right. As you continue to work, who do you pass it to? You've got her, him, you've got Frida, and you've got Elias for round 2.
What's me as just a player? What's happening? What was the last thing that I forget? What that was happening with Jaeger and?
They're having a chat.
Oh, we're just chatting. We're just talking.
They're trying to. They're maneuvering.
Do you have anything you want to do, Lindy?
Oh, I mean, it'll come to me eventually.
Okay.
I'm not worried about it.
Well, if I can
maybe should be, but I'm not.
If I can continue, I'd like to continue.
Oh no,
to
you've taken your turn, so you have to pass it along.
Oh, I've taken. I have to. Okay, okay.
Yeah, her.
To Clarice.
Pierre, yeah, Clarice. Love it. Yep.
Clarice.
Yeah, I give
you
it to
go, girl.
She'll have to roll to resist a difficulty 3, bleeding out. She fails it by 1. She will take a stress, a physical stress.
She does. Like, I convince me, like, shh, it's okay, it's okay.
And she's like biting down really hard, and you can see tears from. And she's also confused as to what is going on, right? Like,
yeah, I would be too. I don't blame her.
Yeah, I look at her. I'm like, just look at me. Like, if she tries to even look at the man, I gently stop her. I'm like, just look at me, right? You and me. We're in this together. We're gonna get through this, all right? It's you and me, just you and me.
And you can hear him, like, chuckling in the background. She will pass it over.
I'll continue smiling at him, at her.
And she will pass it to Frida because Madame Cobra is her boss, and so she's going to do that.
That's fair. That is totally fair.
As he's sort of sussing you out.
Yeah, he's sussing her out. What was the last thing we mentioned? I was so distracted by surgery.
About sometimes people get shot.
Yeah.
You hear a gunshot upstairs.
Yeah. I think she just looks irritated more than anything. Like, really? Again?
And you can hear some, like, footsteps, like people moving. Oh.
Shows I handle it.
Oh. So, and he had been like, maybe people like are kind of normally concerned by seeing lots of violence. That was where he was at the last time.
Yeah, she just looks up annoyed, like, ugh, really, again. I'm sorry if I worry. Takes a sip of that seltzer that was brought for her.
Do your people have this?
Oh, they don't. I'm sure they'll come get me.
All
I
right.
like for them to be somewhat self-sufficient, you know? Gives me some free time for other things. Oh, but you wanted to know about this serial killer.
What you knew
I
about
can honestly
this serial killer, yeah.
I've never seen the doings of work, but I've always seen the aftermath.
How is that? How do you come by seeing the aftermath, besides the ones that happens in this place?
Oh, the ones that happened here. Well, I'm a sociable woman. I get around, see things at certain parties.
Really? What sort of parties?
Oh, all sorts here and there. But you know, it reminded me a bit of my uncle's, he calls it an art studio. It's where he goes to do his private work on people. People are his canvas, you understand.
I feel like this is a role.
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm.
I feel like this is a role, my friend.
Sure.
I feel like you are doing a rapport attack on this man.
I would, sure. We'll go with rapport.
That sounds like what that is like.
Sure.
That sounds like a little bit of a seduction.
I haven't lied a lot yet, so we'll go with rapport. Oh, that's great.
Hmm?
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's great.
That is only mediocre. Ooh. I do not currently have any fate points right now. I will take that stress.
Please do.
And I will give you a mild consequence.
Oh, already?
Yes.
Guess he's not very mentally resilient.
You beat him by 4.
Yeah, that's true. I beat him by 4, and then I get beaten by 4 the last time, too. So.
By 3 the last time, so I'm just saying.
By 3 the last time, yeah.
I have some thoughts for this.
I'd love to hear your thoughts about
this consequence, but I would like to know if you have one, but I certainly have one.
Oh, I'd love to hear your thoughts first, and then maybe I can give some input on those thoughts.
Okay. My thoughts are that he is intrigued by you. No, I want a better word.
Better word than intrigued. Mm-hmm.
Yes. I mean, intrigue's a good word. I mean, there's another word I'm thinking
I feel
of,
like he's definitely surprised, to say the least.
There's a different word. I think that he's, let's just say
no, not for the consequence, but I just mean, like, in general, I feel like he's surprised.
Absolutely. This was not how he thought this was going to go.
No, he thought he was going to have to do some murder, didn't he?
Some threats, you know.
Some threats. Some, like, you know,
some,
threatening.
Yeah. How about,
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to use this word because it is a double entendre, but people are not going to think it's a double entendre. They think it's just a single entendre, but it is a double entendre, not a single entendre.
Right.
Aroused by the angel.
You know, sure. Why not?
But it's a double entendre because your curiosity can be aroused, is what I'm trying to say.
Your curiosity. You could put it curiosity aroused.
Okay.
But then, like, aroused is, like, capitalized.
And you get 1 free invoke on that, by the way.
Wonderful. I'll take that free invoke.
And who do you pass it to?
I'll pass it to him again.
You pass it to him.
I'll pass it to Elias again. We're having a fun back and forth.
Yes.
I hate to be taken out of this lovely conversation by, you know. I mean, as nice as it is to cut over to surgery, you know, we are having a conversation.
So he's going to look at you. And he goes, Your father's uncle, you said, canvas. Let me ask you something. You mentioned that you were at a party and you saw my work. Or the work of a killer, let's say.
Yes, I mean, you can stop beating around the bush if you like, but if you enjoy it, we can play the game.
I did not see you at that party.
No.
I mean,
Interesting, isn't it?
I was paying quite a lot of attention to who was there and who wasn't. But you, I did not see.
And I think at this point, because it's a power move, she's going to reach under between those legs and, like, pull out that pistol, which he'll recognize that gun, and put it on the table, on the desk between them, closer to her, like, but so that he can see it. I have a knack. I'm an actress. I can put on many different faces should I require.
He's going to use the shoot skill to make a discover action.
Okay. He's gonna find out I was that person in the hedge maze.
I'm gonna need from you a, let's see, deceive if you want to. If you do not want him to know, yes.
If I don't want him to know. Oh, but I kind of do want him to know, which is why I put the gun out there.
It's true, but he gets to ask the question.
Did I see him?
He gets to ask if he succeeds. It's up to you.
He gets to ask a question. Any question?
Any question that can be gotten from shoot.
From shoot.
Yes, because that's the skill he's using to try to figure out things about you.
Okay. You know what? I'm not gonna roll because I want him to. I want him to realize that this is the gun that the maid who took that gun, because I'm sure he saw that, was the hostess actually of the party, who was quite front and center to a certain extent.
Okay, he gets 2 questions, or a question and a boost. First question he's going to ask you. This is the same gun.
Yes.
From the way that you are handling it, right? And the sort of the sort of the space of this. The way you sort of took it out, it seemed kind of personal, right? It didn't seem like you had it you didn't have it in a box that was in a drawer, right? You had it on you.
Yes.
Which for him makes him think, and this is the question as he's assessing you, that you got this from the dead body. Is that so?
Yes.
Follow-up question. He could take a boost to get a bonus on you.
But he's too curious. He wants to know too badly. Yeah.
How good are you with that weapon? As he watches you handle it, he wants to assess your shooting skill.
Oh.
That's what he wants to know.
Yeah. He would be able to tell that she's had some training. Like she knows how to safely handle a gun. But she hasn't had a lot of experience. I think that's the answer he would get.
Okay.
She knows how to handle a gun, carry a gun, but she doesn't have a lot of experience using a gun.
Okay. Those are his 2 questions. Since there's only one person left in this turn to go, and that is Bonnie, he will pass it to Bonnie.
Wonderful.
Bonnie is going to sort of walk over to you, sort of look to see what you're doing, to see how it's going. And he's going to stick his fingers and just poke at the wound to see how that does. And that is going to be, by the way, he is going to try to sort of add to the bleeding out is what he's going to do.
Is there a retaliation I can do as he does this?
Well, he's trying to create an advantage. You can, if you want, step in, but that will then mean you won't be able to go and, right, you're going to be...
do your surgery.
Yeah, you're going to... Yeah, it's up to you. Let me have him roll.
You can stop him from trying to make it worse, or you could doctor.
He's going to be able to
doctoring, because you're so close.
He's going to be able to add 1 more, if you do nothing.
Oh, then I'm going to do something, and what I'm going to do is...
But you won't be able to do surgery. Yeah. So it'll get worse, and the difficulty will be 5 next time rather than just 4.
I'm going.
And she'll have to make another roll. Like basically, you're extending it by another round if you don't seal it up this.
No, I'm going to continue doing the surgery then. But I will. I would say, if you do not mind, can you please move further back? Otherwise, this is not going to go as well as we want.
And he goes, you're saying it would not be fair. Interesting. All right. 1 moment. And it's the end of the round, so it's a new round, and he gets to decide who goes next, and he's going to pick himself.
He's going to pick himself.
Yes, he is.
Asshole.
He's going to pick himself. And he's going to be like, all right. And as he does, he's going to just kick the table to destabilize everything. Because he thinks this is, and he laughs. He thinks this is hilarious. And as he does that, he's going to say, "You're doing a very good job," as he sort of hits his athletics, which is fair, which is it ties, which will give him a boost which is basically destabilized table. And he'll pass it to her so that she has to roll.
Asshole.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to note that she does not have a lot of...
Boxes, no!
She does not have a lot of boxes because she is a regular, normal human being who is not like a trained person. And she now has to go against a difficulty of 4, is what I'm going to point out. She will roll her physique of 3. She ties.
That's it.
He pops the destabilized, so she's missing by 2. And he thinks it'll be really interesting. Now, I'm going to note, she has no consequence slots, by the way.
Yeah, you gotta fix her this round, buddy.
She has no consequence slots at all. And she has 1 3 stress box left, and she cannot take any consequences. And he just laughs as she has to take 2 more stress. And you can see as that table jerks, you can see like you sort of lose spot, like you were going to try to sew it up or something, like, and you lose your grip on where she's at, and you can see that blood starts coming, and you can hear footsteps coming up the stairwells as people are like, "What's going on?" And he laughs as he watches you, and she, understanding that she might die, passes it to you, good doctor, because she's like, "Oh, save me."
Yeah, I'm going to go medical surgery.
Mm-hmm. Difficulty 4.
Difficult. I don't know. Do I need to do anything?
You have to roll medicine.
Yeah.
It's just rolling medicine, right? I don't need to add or subtract or something like that, right?
Nope, but I
You
have
need roll first.
Yeah, but I have an invoke that I get to use if I want to. Now, you can also... Now, I will note this. This is a thing that is not the case. If you had someone here on your side...
They could help you
They
create
could help you.
advantages and stuff.
They could create
Yeah.
advantages for you.
I don't.
You do not.
No. We're alone. We're
Yeah.
alone in rooms
Yep.
of serial killers. That is our
going to-
punishment.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. You need to
Fuck me.
beat... Ooh.
I
I'm going
would
to-
re-roll that
Yeah.
with a
Yeah.
group fate point.
Okay. That means... Group fate point?
Yes.
Mhm.
What aspect?
Quick question. Would this be considered all in one story? So
Nope, it's a new roll.
would
No,
I,
it's a new round.
It's a new roll.
so I can use my.
Yep.
Yes, you can.
Use my 3,
Yep.
You already used that one. Right?
Yes, you can.
Then
Absolutely.
I'm going to. I'll use Oxford trained doctor.
How many group fate points are left?
Should be. We haven't used any of them yet.
So
So
1.
Yeah, we haven't touched
there should
it.
be 1 after this. Yeah.
So there's just 1 left. The prince has 0
Wait, we
fate
only have
points
one
left.
group fate point.
You
We
had
two
2.
total. You just used 1, so re-roll it.
I
and
didn't
then
use a
we'll see
group
how
fate
we're
point. I used my own.
Oh, you had 1 left.
Yeah, I had a total of 3, and I had
Yes.
So
Okay.
I used my last one. I don't have any more.
Okay.
So,
You
So I
re-roll
can-
it, and then we can use group if we need to.
Please re-roll.
so I'm gonna go re-roll again.
And using your doctor aspect.
Oh, actually, I think in this situation, it would be Iron Will.
Yes.
Considering everything that
Yes.
happened.
Mhm.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So tell me how your iron will comes into this moment.
I think there's initially you see Preetham, who's genuinely a very kind person and someone who cares so much. But at that moment, at that last cruelty that had
Yes.
happened,
And it was cruel. It was unnecessary, and he just did it on purpose to see what you would
Yeah.
do.
yeah, there is that there some people when they get so angry, there is no visible indication that they're
Yeah.
angry, but you just feel it. There's like this level of like some sort of aura coming off of them or something along that, and then that anger creates focus. The anger creates
Yeah. Yeah.
And for the first time, as he's patching her up, I'm assuming at this point he's removed that last step was removing the bullet, keeping pressure on the wound, applying antiseptic on that to make sure it doesn't get infected.
Yep.
And then as he's stitching it back up, in his mind, another image gets superimposed, and you see it initially starts off at the stitch, and he's stitching, going at it. Let me roll first, see if I can describe it.
Yes, absolutely. And then I will tell you something because
Better.
So you fail by you
4.
make it exactly, but that is
4.
not enough
No.
to get a success.
Time to use some group fate points.
I would like to use one more group fate point,
Please
please.
do. Please do. What is the aspect?
As Oxford trained doctor.
Absolutely. One group fate point left. That puts you at a 6 versus the difficulty of 4.
Yeah.
He will use that invoke bleeding out. She is bleeding out.
I thought
I
thought he used 2 invokes already.
He used the destabilized.
He made another one. He used
made
the
another one.
destabilized. Yeah.
When he poked her, he put another one on there. He's
Yeah, he had to create it again because he used all of his invokes, but he was able to create it again.
On his turn, what he did was he added another invoke to that bleeding out, which he will use right now. So it is now 6 versus your 4.
6.
So you are currently failing by 2.
Well, no, he bumped it from before to a 6. So
Yeah, I bumped it to a 6.
So they're tied at 6.
So you're currently tied. Yes.
Use a group fate point.
Should I?
Yes, we want to.
Okay, all right.
Unless you want her
in
to
that
die.
Case, no, Hippocratic oath.
Indeed.
My oath to treat all my patients, make sure that they survive, give my all, and ensure that, I have given my full effort to their survival.
Is worth 1 success. You need 1 more. Who do you pass it to? The only people left in this round are Jaeger and our dear Frida. Because he decided to take 2 turns in a row. Harponi.
Okay. Yeah, I'll pass it to Frida.
Oh, no, Jaeger.
Oh, Jaeger? All right, Jaeger.
Wait, then I can pass it to you.
Okay.
It's true. Because if you pass it to her, then he gets to choose who goes.
He gets to choose. Yeah, pass it to him.
See,
give it to him. I can take it.
I will tell you this. Popcorn Initiative is really interesting because sometimes you don't want to go first or last. You're like, oh. And so
give it to Jaeger.
So he looks at the gun and he reaches his hand out and he picks it up. And he looks at it on both sides. Puts it down on the table and he slides it back across to you.
Take it. Put it back where it normally lives.
You seem to be a very interesting woman, a bit more than just an opera singer.
You know this, but yes. I have many interests.
Fascinating. I'm going to ask you this question. Why do you tell me these things?
Why? Why would I tell you these things? Why wouldn't I?
Aren't you afraid?
Do I look afraid?
You do not. Why exactly are you not afraid?
If one wishes to make an enterprise in less legal fields, such as crime, it does not do well to be afraid of anything. Well, healthy respect of some things, yes, but please, so many people are doddering ninnies running about, terrified of every little thing.
It's true.
That is not productive.
No, it isn't.
I like results. I like seeing things get done.
I see. Well,
And I believe there are many different methods of achieving results.
you have things you need here, that is correct?
Doesn't everyone?
It's true. You know, I have a lot of connections and resources.
I would assume as head of CSS.
I'm quite, shall we say, connected. I think you might want to think about the ways in which my connections depending on how you play your cards, could perhaps be also your connections. I am a very generous person, and I don't mind sometimes making my friends, if we are friends, their lives a bit more easy. He's going to roll his contacts.
Oh, I was like, but his rapport is shit. I hope he's not trying to.
Oh no, his rapport is real bad. It's real bad.
Yeah.
He gets a +1 because these are SS contacts, governmental contacts.
A 4.
He's trying to create an advantage.
Oh, he's trying to impress me.
He is trying to impress you. This is correct. This is correct.
She's not easily impressed.
Please roll will.
Certainly. I'm not easily impressed.
Ooh, it's a tie. He will take the boost.
The boost. Okay, I'll let him have it. I have things I need to do the rest of the day.
He'll take the boost. He'll take the boost.
He can have that boost. I'll allow him to have a boost.
Yes.
He might need it. I might need my fate points for running amok against his friends.
He will pass it to you since you're the only person not gone.
Wonderful. Oh. Well, I would be most appreciative if us being friends was entertained, is that you would stop practicing your hobby in my place of business, so it's bad for business. But also, I would not object to the idea of being friends. I do detest your wife, though.
My wife is a good German woman.
Is she though? She puts on a wonderful facade. I'm well acquainted with that type of behavior. Poor Colonel Otto Voigt.
Oh, your husband, yes.
Yeah.
He was tortured by my former boss.
Oh, why do you think I was at that party?
Oh.
I wanted him to meet Colonel Knochen.
Yes. Interesting.
That man needed to suffer. Before he, died tragically in a car accident.
I'm so sorry. I might understand that you was a kind of woman who would intentionally set up your beloved husband to be flayed a little bit by the head of the SS and then have him murdered.
I'm going to be honest with you, since we're becoming such good friends, there was not an ounce of affection for that man. He was so dull, uncreative. Had no interest in letting me pursue my hobbies.
And what exactly are your hobbies?
Well, of course there's the opera, and then she just gestures around to her office.
I see. I'm surprised. Such a good German housewife such as yourself. Setting up your husband to be murdered seems very, very immoral. Do you worry about your soul?
I never claimed to be a woman of great morals.
Everyone says you are.
No, no one ever asks. They just assume, don't they? It's wonderful what assumptions will do. I mean, I'd imagine that you didn't have any idea until your Gestapo friend, maybe?
Yeah, he came complaining to me about you.
I'm sure he did.
This great information he had about you. I had to see for myself if what he said was true.
Well, what do you think?
Well, he was correct. You are indeed the angel, the Berlin Nightingale. He did not lie. It turns out that someone in my midst is, unbeknownst to me, having a double life.
It's important to keep your work and your, work and pleasure separate. I mean, sometimes they collide, and that is good fun, but I mean, it wouldn't be true for people to just think that the Berlin Nightingale gets up to such shady business. I mean, some people in Berlin know, but that's because they grew up around me and my uncle.
I will have to look into your uncle a bit more. Not, this, by the way, is no threat. Just
Good.
interest.
He doesn't take well to threats.
No, I imagine not, but knowing about him a bit more would be interesting to find out where you come from, since clearly you come from something other than what we think.
Oh, okay. There are rumors that I grew up in the working class, and that is true. My parents worked very hard to give me a good life, but my uncle, well, we were always very close.
Well, now, interesting. So, let me ask you. I tell you what. You and I, we perhaps spend more. We have a lunch, perhaps, here in your office, somewhere discreet like this.
Certainly, we could have lunch here.
Yeah.
As long as it's not too difficult for you to get away.
Oh, no, I can do what I want. Of course.
Your wife won't get upset.
Don't care. She won't get upset. She's not jealous. I can do what I want. She does what she wants. Good. I do what I want. We are a perfect pair.
Are you so?
We are.
Seems like you could do better. Maybe get someone with more similar interests of yourself.
There was someone I thought had similar interests to myself, but I was wrong.
What a shame.
Yeah. Well, sometimes, what do they say? The heart is a lonely hunter, or the hunter has a lonely heart, or you just do it on your own. There are not many women who are of iron and steel.
No, they are quite a rarity, I would think.
Yeah. Well, before you make that roll, he will concede.
Oh, dirty bastard.
And he says...
Just about to lay some hurt on him.
And he says, I will tell you what. I agree to not practice here. And I apologize. If I would have known someone of such character.
I'm under the impression you assumed that Siegfried, Siegmund, and Tango. I heard of him. It's awful management. They did shit work with this place.
Yes, I'm so sorry. It was not personal what I did. It was a message for someone else, and apparently they were no longer working.
No. They are. You must know they are. One of us dead. I had perfect phrasing for this earlier. They've been taken out.
Ah, I see. So listen, I would...
I'd like to imply that both of them are dead, but he doesn't need to know it's out of the country, not just taken out.
If you do not mind, I apologize for doing my work here. I did not know. I will make sure that I do not inconvenience you any further. But...
Much appreciated.
I do have a follow-up question, if you don't mind. A request. If you might stop with the rumors that are about me, that would be appreciative. Also, leave the boys alone. I'll tell them to leave you alone. They leave each other alone a bit. It makes my life a bit easier.
Well, as long as they actually leave me alone. This has been going on for quite some time. They've been so irksome coming in, trashing the place.
I will have a speak with them about it. I don't want my friends being inconvenienced.
But I appreciate that. But you should know that I am not the only one inconveniencing. He has made a good number of personal enemies, might I say.
It happens. This is the danger of the trades, I'm sure you understand.
Oh, I'm quite well aware. But should anything happen, don't assume it was me.
Well, if something happens and I'm worried, I will come to you in person to ask.
Thank you. So when do you want to do lunch?
Well, there's business and all that, but you name it, and I will find lunchtime with you. We can talk a bit more about your uncle and what sort of background you have. It's interesting to me.
I look forward to the start of a beautiful friendship.
My wife speaks about you often.
Does she really? What does she have to say?
She says that you're very interesting and I should be having some sort of lunch with you and Regina.
I don't know how she finds me interesting. I've known her for years, and she never even spoke to me until just yesterday.
It's because you're pregnant.
Oh, I mean, I've known her for over a decade.
Yeah. Well, I just want you to know my wife finds you theoretically fascinating. So,
theoretically.
You may be invited yet again. One more time with the Regina and the Oscar. And
of course.
This.
Yes, they were efficient for, well, dealing with my husband.
Interesting.
Yes, I mean, I facilitated it, but I did need some assistance getting out of Germany.
That would be a deceive, since...
I would love to deceive him.
You did not
Please.
Leave here to do your crime. You left for other reasons.
I left for other reasons.
You did?
I left. Yes, I came here to get away from my husband so I could off him and do crime. Yes, no other reasons.
It's not exactly the correct story.
No other reasons, Sir Jaeger.
Going to roll his empathy, which is very good.
He's so empathetic. I'm just so empathetic.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah.
No. He's like, interesting. It seems as if you perhaps are a bit more resourceful. Huh. Interesting. Fascinating.
Should I call your house up for lunch, or should we schedule something now?
Yes, let's schedule something now. Let me see what is a good time. And who do you pass it to?
I pass it to the prince.
Because I will note, it's the top of the round. You can pass it to anyone you want.
The prince.
He is out.
I pass it to the prince.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I do.
All right.
Yes.
Please.
112%.
Are you sure?
Positive.
You could pass it to Bonnie if you wanted.
I'm not going to.
Okay. Fine. Go ahead.
And I'll make that medical roll.
Yes, it's a new round, so difficulty 5.
Oh, come on, baby.
Come on, buddy. You got this.
Yes!
Oh!
You beat it by 1, which is enough. And I do not have any fate points.
Nope.
That I can
no
use.
More. Nope.
I don't have anything I can use against you.
We trained you.
You did. So tell me.
She lives.
Tell me how you keep her alive.
Okay. So as at that point, I think it's not. It's very much a patched job considering the location and the tools he has on him. But she is alive. That was the goal. She's stabilized, so he's going to basically inside. I would imagine that there's no internal bleeding. He's able to make sure that any internal organs, if they were touched, were patched up, and then he very gently, carefully is patching up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And as he's coming to a close, this is something I was describing earlier.
Absolutely.
As he's doing it, you see for the first time, Preetham. I mean, he's joyful, he's excited, but he's in this. That emotion is actually compartmentalized elsewhere.
Yeah.
It'll come later.
Yeah.
But there is this focus born out of pure anger.
Yeah.
At this man, and it's not even at this point. He's doing this out of spite.
Mm-hmm.
He wants her to live.
Mm-hmm.
He wants her alive out of spite for him to show that he does not have control here. Mm-hmm. He does not have control on him.
Mm-hmm.
And as he's doing it, as I was saying, there's in Preetham's mind, he's looking at this wound and he's patching it, but there's a different image overlaid, and you see it zoomed in. So all you see initially is the stitch work happening.
Mm-hmm.
But as
the camera pans backwards,
Mm-hmm.
you realize it's a mouth.
Mm-hmm.
And as it pulls further back, you see two eyes that have already been stitched.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mhm.
further back you pull,
Mhm.
you see the image of Bonnie
Mm-hmm.
trying to scream, trying
Mhm.
to turn his body,
Mhm.
but he cannot
Mhm.
because his hands have been stitched like a mummy to his
Mhm.
sides, legs are
Mhm.
wrapped close, and he's in a pit as he's being stitched up. And then that final stitch comes through, and then you see Pritham tie it and cut it. And as that cut happens, that's when that image goes away, and then he sees our Clarice instead, and you just see him go and like wipe his face, and I would imagine his hands still have her blood on him.
Would you like
Yeah.
a fate point?
No, I'm good here.
Let me tell you about it.
Okay.
I'm going to use the impending issue, All Aboard. Because you see, many people in your group, dear heart of this team, are a little bit bloodthirsty, a little bit cold. They
Never.
sometimes act out in ways that cause violence. They act out in violence.
Mm-hmm.
Oscar killed 7 people and burned down a house.
Mm-hmm.
Regina has shot people and herself. You know that sweet innocent Frida has had her husband murdered.
Yes.
All these people around you, when things have gotten really bad, they have acted. They have killed someone and they needed to. They struck out. Maybe it's time for you to go all aboard. At this moment, you have in your hand a scalpel, and I believe you have a stunt that allows you to use your medicine instead of fight when you're using your scalpel. I will give you a fate point if you, at this moment, and I'll let you take this turn right now, attack this man. But I will tell you this will go badly for you, whether you kill him or not, because you will have just then attacked the head of the French Gestapo, and that will make you a very big target for them. So, would you like a fate point?
Not at this moment. No.
You need to give me
I
a
think
fate
this is
point.
also especially where the two aspects
He doesn't
of him,
have any fate points to give or group fate points.
There's one group fate point left.
Oh, is there one group fate
There's
point left?
one.
Oh, okay.
I only make these. I only give compels if there's a fate point left. Would you like to give me that group fate point?
Yeah.
All right. In that case, I'm going to give you one extra rule that I've decided to implement.
Okay.
This is the extra rule. You can pay off a fate point. You can pay off a compel just like that. With no explanation whatsoever, you can just give me a fate point and we're done. If, however, you can bring in another aspect of yours, a personal aspect that belongs to you, that is the reason why you're able to resist that compel, you will get a boost that you can use later.
2 actually.
Please.
It's 2 of them. It is, well, first and foremost, his iron will.
Yes.
He wants to. You see, like, he's not, Clarice, I'm assuming at this point, has passed out.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, has gone unconscious.
Absolutely.
So he's leaning over her body, and behind him is Monique.
Who's laughing still, chuckling.
Yeah, and you see Pritham holding that scalpel tightly, white-knuckled, and then he relaxes it because of his iron will, because he knows this is not the time. This is not the place. This is not how he wants it done, because oh boy, he wants it done. And he gently puts that scalpel down. And in that process, as I had said earlier, Pritham had, like, as his part of his relief, had wiped his face.
Yeah.
To wipe off any sweat and just kind of sense of relief.
Yeah.
And in that process, the blood that was on his hand wipes across his face. And he just turns around, and then you see him smile. He goes, "If you don't mind, I have some more post-operation stuff I must do to ensure the patient is safe. Could you perhaps step outside and bring the door guard so I can have him carry her to her bedroom? And we can perhaps continue our drink down below after."
He walks up to you. He gets very close.
Pritham does not flinch.
And he puts his arms around you, and he gives you this hug. And he pats you on the back, and he laughs. Ha! You are a good doctor. You're good under stress, under tension. You are not easily distracted. You are amazing. I think this is, you know what? This is the beginning of a very good friendship. You and I, we are going to be very close, I think. Listen to me. I'm going to go. I've got other business to do. But you and I, listen. You don't need to work for this brothel. They don't need someone like you. You should perhaps come and visit my places.
You misunderstand. I don't work for this brothel. I come here on my own volition, out of goodwill.
Well,
for the women, but I must implore for our fine German soldiers that do come here. I mean, we don't want undue disease to spread amongst our fine men.
Well, listen. I'm going to tell you. This place is going to be mine. I'm going to own it.
He's not going to love what Elias has to say.
He's not going to love what Elias has to say. But he doesn't know.
No,
at the moment, he doesn't know.
He's so cocky.
Yeah.
He's going to be so pissed.
He doesn't know. But, listen, before I take over this place, I would prefer you not come here to do work. It would be better if this place does not have a doctor.
Well, we shall take that step at a time, shall we?
Good.
But until then, perhaps that drink.
I'm actually no longer necessary here. I've got business across town. I have someone waiting on me.
Then perhaps I offer you, I would love to meet you sometime. I feel like we didn't quite get a chance to really have a conversation.
Yes. You know what? I tell you what. Normally I would say no, but I say yes because you have blood all over your face, and you have not even cried one time. And I like that. I like that in a man. Huh? You do not cry. Also, you will be very good working with me as my ally. I like this. Good.
I like men who are... I do appreciate a man who is quite willed.
Give me a deception check, because you do not this man.
Oh, yeah. Can't wait. I've got a wonderful check to roll too. It's gonna be great.
Where's my cursor? It's good. It's good. Tied.
Ooh.
So this is a tie, my friend.
You have a boost. You have a boost.
I do have a boost from last time.
You have a boost from. Yeah. You have a boost that you just got from turning down the fate point.
Yes, you
Use
did.
That boost.
Yes, you did. Use that boost. You just got it.
Yes.
And he peers at you to figure out if you are lying to him. You know what I mean? And he just squeezes your shoulder a little bit too, still a little bit too touchy-feely to sort of get to see if there's tension in your body, if he can tell. He's kind of physical that way. Like, he likes to see that somebody's lying by, like, touching them, you know? And I suppose there's just no tension in your shoulders, huh?
That iron will, baby.
Yeah. And he just turns his back on you, pretty certain that you are not a threat. And he unlocks the door and opens it, and there's, like, Rolf and a bunch of, like, a couple of other guys are there. And he smiles and he goes, Monsieur, we are done here. Your girl's all right. Your doctor's very good. And he sort of like strides down the stairs.
I turn to Rolf. I'm like, Rolf, could you please?
Do you want me to kill him?
You
He's a
do it
guest.
too.
Please, can you carry Miss Clarice to her bedroom?
Oui.
I'll come back better with some better supplies next time around, and she'll be fine. She just needs some rest and recovery.
Oui. And
Keep
Ralph
an eye on her, will you?
clearly is like wants to go murder this guy, but is told not
Yeah.
to, and he follows orders. So he
And
goes,
then, but
really good at
Pritham
that.
comes up and kind of pats him on the shoulder. You're a good man,
oh,
but not all. But you don't need to be the one to help to deal with everything. And it kind of gives him a look, and then walks past.
oh, and he's like, this is what happened. You see Rolf, and he's like, as he sees something in your eyes, and he goes to pick up Clarice and sort of takes her up to one of the upper floors where she can be taken care of. And
While Elias and I are scheduling,
Mhm.
I ring my bell
mm-hmm.
and I because I had exactly like 2 minutes to prepare for this.
Yes.
She has written on a napkin, face down,
Mm-hmm.
tell the boys time to go. They already knew their mission.
Mhm,
So she's like, please, I insist you have at least a beer before you leave. We penciled this in on the schedule. And she pulls out like a calendar and she hands the napkin
To Felix.
like with the seltzer
Mhm.
thing to Felix and orders 2 beers. So Felix can relay the message.
Yes, which he
to-
will do.
To the Fight Club
Which he will
while I
do.
keep Jaeger here for another 10-20 minutes while we have beers and I think we'll maybe try to do lunch tomorrow.
Yes, I think that was all right. I don't have. My wife is other business, and it'll be fine. Come, let us talk about your
As this
friends.
is happening,
Yeah.
as this is happening, I'm assuming they're still in the rooms. I turn to them.
Oh yes, we're still in my office.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I look at Monet and I look at him and go, actually, if you don't mind, I did use up some of my supplies, and I figured since you'd like to see my medical skills, I would imagine in that process you would like to see my clinic. It is quite state of the art, actually. It is probably one of the most well established and well furnished ones in this entire city, at least. I might be humble bragging here, but I would imagine the best one in this country. We do have the newest of equipment in town.
I'm going to ask you a question.
Yes.
So, here's the thing I would like to ask you.
Yes.
There are 2 options for you at this moment.
Yes.
You can roll rapport, or you can offer a compel of Boni. And that compel is, you know very well that the French Gestapo's one of their goals is to bleed Paris dry. You know this. This is an aspect of them that you do know. If you wanted, you could compel that greed of his to bring him to your clinic. But a compel is only a compel if there's some kind of terrible thing that happens at the end. Some kind of story situation that's going to go on. So the question is, do you have a thing that you want? Some kind of a consequence you want to put on him? Not like a injury, but like
he misses all the action. Yeah.
Yep. He's waiting for the news about what's going to happen. He thinks that he's going to get this.
Yeah.
He's going to miss out on that.
Yes.
And he's going to be with. And Trooper, the consequence at this point is he's with me.
Yeah. Okay. I will take that compel because I cannot resist it. I will give him a.
He misses out on this whole. His kidnappee gets kidnapped.
Which means he's not there, which is important because he can't do certain directions, right? And also there might be consequences for him not being there. Also, I'm going to note that he has a little fate point that was given to you, and he sits there and he thinks about it, and he goes, "State of the art, huh?"
Yeah, quite.
Right.
If I do my sense on myself, I kind of made I twisted their arm a little. I didn't even need half those equipment. I just wanted them. First off, I'm a medical man. I love new technology, and who knows? Maybe I will use it. Maybe I won't. And I just wanted to have them in the office and admire its beauty. Trust me, most of these people I could do with a bandage and some lollipop and send them on their way.
Dr. Singh, you seem to be a man who knows how to appreciate acquisition and get what you want. Come with me. I will come to this clinic of yours. I'm very excited to see it. If you have been able to get things, I have some connections. Perhaps you have. Come with me. Let's go. He says, kind of just forgetting that like Jaeger's in that office.
Yeah, beautiful.
Just
wonderful.
Out to walk.
And my
your...
bartender heard where they were going. So
absolutely.
That's great.
And he will walk out with you to go to his clinic, and he will not either stick around to be with Jaeger or go to where the stuff is happening with all of his people.
Yep. Where everyone's now being ushered out to go to because it's been 2 hours.
Yes. And Jaeger will go and he prefers having the beer here in your office. And he will
she prefers staying in her office as well. She's very round.
And he would just have like a very pleasant conversation with you about Berlin and like
yes.
just like,
she's more than happy to. She wants to butter him up.
Just like what this is about.
Yeah.
And with that, I think we have two things left to do. We have to finish our faction actions.
Yeah. Freida's being just incredibly pleasant and slightly macabre. What she thinks Jaeger would like.
Before you do the faction action.
Yes.
I need Pritam to roll awareness.
Uh-oh. Or oh boy? One of the two. This is also why I said, Luke, don't come out of this room.
No!
Oh, no.
There's no way. We don't have any fate points. There's no way.
I might need mine for my faction. I don't. Yeah.
Let me roll. Okay. Would you have failed, so you have a choice.
Okay. Yeah.
You may succeed at a major cost, or you may fail. You can ask what the major cost is.
What the major cost is?
The major cost will be that you will see what there is to see, but so will Pierre Bonny. And that will not go well for people you know.
Yeah, no, I'm going to be...
Okay.
I'm going to fail.
So you do not see the Duke and some boys out by an alley watching over the brothel to see what's up there, right? And they
were told Pierre Bonny was there, yeah.
They were told, but they did not do anything in your place. They were waiting.
They're very polite.
They're very polite.
Yes. And also they saw my guys get sent out at the 2 hour mark.
Yep.
Yep.
And they will hold back because they see that you're doing something. So they will not do
So they see me walk out with Pierre Bonny.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, he's keeping him busy. Like the runner said to do. So
rather than doing a little bit of murder right now in the streets, they're going to hold off, right? Because you did not have a major cost. You did not do the major cost. So they hold back as you walk them towards the clinic. I would like an assault, please.
I would love to give you a Fight Club assault.
Fight Club assault. If you do not mind.
I would love to do. Holy smokes.
That's 5.
Really good.
Well,
I did not expect to roll that well.
That's interesting. That's interesting.
Yes.
But I don't know if you know this, but they have pretty decent.
Which is why I'm glad I rolled a 5 to start with.
Not the worst, you know. Yeah. So
they're gonna roll their security, I imagine.
They are gonna roll their security.
But it's interesting because that their security's weakened. But I'm gonna wait for you to roll first.
Yeah. And I will do that.
And they don't have heightened security anymore because they already used that aspect.
Yes. Well, also they have never been able to.
They wouldn't been able to use that because it's not a legitimized on the books operation.
That would be correct. Yeah. If this were a legitimized on the books operation, they could have maybe used that, but they cannot. So I'm just saying they have not had access to that because that is not a thing that they can do. So they're gonna roll their security. That's a 3.
I'm gonna pump it up.
Would you like to do that?
Yeah.
Interesting. Go on.
Yes.
Go
Yes. So I'm going to use their weak security advantage that the Duke was so generous to give me.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Make sure you spend your stress resource there.
Yes. Oh,
do
yes.
it.
There we go. Boop. Checked.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'd like to spend fate points.
Okay, let's talk about it.
Yeah. So I'm going to spend 1 fate point.
So currently this is 7-3?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Because of the weak security. Because as your boys go into this
7-3.
house,
yes.
Let's just note that the doors have been unlocked. Their electricity's
power's
out.
off.
Yeah, it's not great.
They don't know. They're not going to know what hit them.
No.
And also the Duke said they were going to do cleanup.
Yes.
So they won't know who hit them either.
That
and it's
is
going to be
correct.
beautiful.
That is
Especially if they don't have many consequence slots left to do so. Because they're, So first, I'm going to use Fight Club's fate point.
Yes.
Think with their fists.
Yeah.
So we're at 9. 9 to 3. Now I'm going to use some of my fate points because I'm the head of this operation. We're going to use again one of the Fight Club's aspects.
Side note,
because I think it fits.
I don't think you don't need to.
No, I do.
No, you don't.
To nuke them.
You don't.
Into oblivion.
You don't.
What else am I going to use all these fate points for, Trooper?
I'm just saying you don't need to. I'm just saying. Just saying. I'm looking at their sheet.
Yeah, but won't it hurt them more if I keep going? No? Okay, well then I guess I'll just use that 1 fate point from Fight Club.
Because they don't have they have been hurt, you know? They have been hurt.
By me. It was me.
Now,
I hurt them.
I'm going to note something here.
Yes.
They could
Yes.
get a faction to stand in and defend for them and take those consequences for them. They could. In which case, all those fate points would be quite useful to sort of hurt someone else. Yes. I wonder who they could go and call on.
The 122.
Can't be the 122. Doesn't make much sense.
Well, they're not under the SS anymore.
No, but the SS could still step in, theoretically.
They could if they wanted to.
Yeah.
But I don't know if they want to.
I don't know if they want to either.
I mean, the head is having a pleasant beer right now.
The head is having a pleasant beer right now.
And also the head of the Gestapo isn't there to see what's going on.
To call for help. So sadly, none of, one head is having a beer in an office with you, and the other head is going and touring a clinic, a state-of-the-art clinic, and so there is no leadership.
There's no leadership
to call to get help from someone else.
No.
And so you take them out.
I do. Yay! They have to lose a skill now.
They do have to use a skill, as a matter of fact, but they also get another consequence.
They do.
Let's see what that consequence is going to be.
They don't know who hit them this time. Yeah.
Well, the Duke is going to have to do that work.
Yes, I trust the Duke.
The Duke also they have a stunt that allows.
They do. I don't doubt the Duke's cleanup ability, especially since I held up my end of the bargain.
So, here's the thing. You get to decide how you take them out. And I'm going to give you a suggestion.
I love suggestions.
They're going to be taken out, which means you're going to you can tell me what all you do to this building. This house, this estate. It's basically it was like a rich person's home that he just took.
Yeah.
He just took it.
He
was like, it's mine now. And it's like when he's like, it's like a really nice 3-story home with it's like a sort of standalone house, which there are not that many of those actually, and it's very nice. It's got like a good lawn. It's a beautiful house, and you have the run of this house, so you can tell me how you take them out, and what the consequence you'd like to put on them. That then you're going to get a free invoke on, by the way, right?
Oh, wonderful.
Of course, and it can be anything related to this that you think of.
Yes. Related to going in, knocking them out, and taking our gal back.
Except that she's not there. Because you did not make that mobility roll.
I knew it was probably that, but but I get to decide how I take them out.
Yes. What that consequence you'd like is. Including
evidence as to where she is now. Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's definitely want that.
Yep.
I'm going to take evidence as to where she is now. Also, this man, we don't want to increase the violence counter more than necessary.
Gonna go up 1.
It's gonna go up 1, but since it's already going up 1, this man is a prideful, boastful man. It seems this hoity-toity crime guy. These types of people, Freda knows very well, tend to put their most prized and valuable possessions on display.
They do. And some of them didn't originally belong to him.
Oh, no, yes.
Yeah.
I think those are, due to the fact that Our Lady's not there, I think those things are missing.
Okay.
Yeah. I think those things are the things that he, because we would have just taken the girl, but she's gone.
Yeah.
So we're gonna take your pride instead.
Yeah.
So yeah, we take his. It doesn't matter if they're necessarily that valuable.
Yep.
Just if it's those things. It just hurts the soul.
Yeah. I take that. And what should we call the consequence we put on them?
Yeah, confidence. Ooh.
And remember, this gets a free invoke, so if you want it to be about the evidence where to find her, that could be.
Yeah. Oh.
Something like.
You took what's ours, so we'll take what's yours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it. And that has a free invoke.
Because that applies to the shit we stole and our gal.
Yeah. Yes, it does, as a matter of fact, which means you've got double duty with that one.
Yes, it is.
I love it.
Oh, I hope one of these things is a painting that I can just put in the brothel.
Yes.
In my office.
Are you kidding?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
No doubt.
Anything that's just on display. And it's going to be so insulting when he gets back, because it's going to be like, the lock boxes are still there. The money. It was meant to hurt his pride.
In case you want to know, they do not decrease a level.
No, but they do
However,
lose a skill.
Their resources go down.
So
absolutely.
because I took all their nice things from his house.
Yes, and also they're kind of messed up now, and they're not in a good spot, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Can I make one more faction action?
Yes.
With the snakes. Yes, I know I have to spend another stress.
You do?
It's fine. It'll go down. But I want I was talking about good old young Etienne.
Oh yeah, Etienne.
Talking about working.
Yep.
So I would love to make a resources roll to get recording equipment. To install in the brothel.
Give me a resources roll.
A resources roll. I would love
please.
to.
Yes, please. This is a great difficulty to get all this stuff.
I would imagine. Yeah. The snakes. Ooh, they used fair, but it's okay. I have fate points.
This is what you need your fate points for.
Yes. So we're gonna use Circle of Informants.
Yes.
With one of mine to know a guy.
Yes.
So that's gonna boost it up to 4.
That's a tie.
So I only need 1 more. So I'll spend another fate point. Boop. Boop. And we will use let's use flashback. We haven't used flashback. That's fun.
You players cannot hear the sound. I've got to find a way to pump it into you, but there's a really great sound. Go ahead.
So Freda grew up in a bunch of brothels. Well, not grew up in. She grew up being babysat by her uncle a lot, who took her to a bunch of brothels and other places. And I imagine that he had his nicest brothel also had audio and video recording equipment sneakily hidden.
Not video, but audio,
but audio.
Yeah.
That's true. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. Audio equipment hidden in it. And
let me see. Hold on, let me think. What year are we? We're at 42, because we're not going to get electric recording at all until 24, and tapes come. I think so. This is going to be, here's the thing, getting tapes are going to be very, very difficult, right? Because this is very new experimental technology, right? So
I do have a specialty in sound engineering, recording, and broadcast, though.
Yes.
So, and I know some guys.
Yes.
I also know someone who works at a radio station who said I could call if I needed help.
Yes.
I'm desperate for tapes. I can always call him. Well, also, Freda could probably just get tapes saying, I want to record some things I'm trying out. So
I would say
she's not worried about getting the tapes as much as the equipment.
I would say other people would not be able to get that equipment at all, but because of your aspects and that role, yes, go on.
Yes. Yes. And so I imagine one day he just showed her, like, be careful what you say in certain places because certain people are listening. And sometimes those people are us. So we're fine here. And this is great blackmail. And this is how you should use blackmail. And that was the day she got a lesson on blackmail. He wouldn't let her listen to anything because, again, it's at a brothel. But he showed her how it was set up, how he wired it, where to hide microphones in these, and specifically a brothel environment. And she herself knows some sound engineering. So I think she recalls the wise words of her uncle and her tante Gretel, who was basically the madam of the brothel. And acquires that setup for herself. And with the help of young Etienne gets him to help her set it all up.
May I ask you a question?
Of course you may.
There were 4 free aspects that each one of you can each do one. Regina has used one. Would you like to use yours for a permanent, right? Because if you use the one that came from chat, it'll be a permanent aspect, which will be wired for sound, let's say. And you would get, of course, because of that role, 2 free invokes on it.
Ooh. I thought those were for the
for your players, so you can put you can put it where you want. It's yours. It's yours.
I was thinking about making a secure phone line in the flower shop, but we seem to not be. Who knows we're going to keep using the flower shop? So I think this might be a good aspect because it would pretty much be used for resistance eavesdropping.
Yep. So it is done.
And I imagine that the receiver for all of this, like the actual recording device, is in a lovely new curio like a new like a buffet almost, like those types of like cupboards in her office, so she can be the one to record, and it's just a switchboard as to which room is getting recorded.
I believe there was one last thing. And I need to make a roll first. Let me make this roll. And once I do, I can tell you. Oh, I needed to keep that up. Bummer. I need the Carling you. But I need it. Once I roll it, there may be a knock at your door in the clinic, dear doctor.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, they got beat up and robbed. Also, where are they keeping Marie? Because I got that info.
Yeah, I will tell you.
Important.
It is important, and I will tell you a little bit later because you're gonna love it.
I'm sure I'm gonna love it so much.
You'll hate it.
Probably hate it.
Here you go. So that's a fantastic deflection.
Good job, cleaners.
On the part of the cleaners. And I'm gonna just get this one as a just to see how that goes. All right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I need to make one roll.
Could I give the cleaners my last fate point? With that undermine.
Yes, you can. As a matter of fact,
I would love to give them that last fate point.
So let me roll 2 rolls. One from the Carling you. This is important.
Yes.
I need to know what their security is like. Superb, but not good enough to beat that. And then what their deflection is like. Okay.
Oh.
Pritam.
I still give them my last fate point, just so they can put it on whichever one they want to have extra. Because we're working with the Duke.
There's a once Pierre Bonny leaves, he has to leave eventually. Once he leaves, there's a knock on your door. To the clinic.
On whose door? On Frida's? Okay.
The clinic, the door of the clinic.
Oh, on the clinic door.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so you're saying that Pierre has...
Like,
He just left.
Pierre's going to leave eventually, and once he's...
Oh, you don't understand. He's not leaving.
Ooh! Well then. There's news, but they will not be able to give it to you until later. We will find out what that means.
And once good old Elias Yeager is gone and he's penciled in for lunch the next morrow, Freida's gonna go to Pritam's house.
Mm-hmm.
Because she's to talk to Angelo.
I'm very excited for this. I just want to say...
Once I get the all clear from
There's
the
the
Duke,
reason I brought him to my clinic.
Oh, I thought it was you just want to give him a tour.
Oh, no.
I
mean, he might have a permanent tour of it. Constant visit.
He really pissed off the doctor. I'm here for this.
So
I have been trying to research what drug would possibly cause this. So essentially, he will bring him to the shop.
No. You cannot tell me now. You have to wait till next week.
Oh,
okay.
You have to wait till next week.
We're gonna open next week.
We're gonna open next week. No. This has to happen next week. Next week, I want to know. We're gonna open with you at the clinic. Is what we're gonna do. Because this needs to have its own little space.
Okay.
As Pierre Bonny is gonna take a tour around your clinic. You know, he's got some business to do, but he'll take a tour.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're gonna go and have this open next week.
Yeah.
Yes, and then of course also we're gonna find out what that conversation alone between Angelo and Freida is like. I am gonna freak out. I'm so excited. No. KP, I need you to have this at the top of the next session. Like, I need it. I need you to have like the whole space. Do you know what I mean? Like, I need it. This, my friends, is the end of our episode. Chat, I need titles. A step too far. And also, this is also important. The reason we're going to start at the beginning of next session is because then you get all of your fate points back. Just right. Also, by the way, because I would just let you know if we continued on right now, I'd be able to get my fate points back because it's a new scene and you wouldn't have any. And I just felt like it'd be much nicer if you had your fate points back for this because I care. Everyone, I am very excited about what's about to happen at the beginning of next week. I kind of can't handle it. That's it. I'm just going to tell you I can't handle it. I'm so excited. Okay. Sorry. I'm really excited. I just want to be like, I want it to be next week already. But I'll wait. I'll wait. It's fine. So, first off, I can't handle it. I want to give all the love to all the players. I can't do it right now. You have to start. We're going to just start with, we do not have anything to read out. There's nothing to read out. I'm just checking the things. Okay, I'm just so excited. Y'all, chat, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so excited right now. The prince is going to go murder somebody. I can't handle it. I'm so excited.
I'm here for it. Freida's going to be very proud.
So excited. Because
I'm not going to talk about what it is, but I have ideas.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Ooh,
I can't handle it. Okay. We just got some bits in from Willen, who is our sponsor for this month, who is amazing, and he just gifted 100 bits and said, "Thanks all, that was amazing again," which it really was. Also, we need titles. Oh my gosh! Look, I'm just like, ooh. You ever watch like a thriller, right? And I'm gonna have the best thriller music. I'm so excited. Okay. I can't be excited more. I'm going to just throw it over to y'all. So I'm going to throw it to y'all because this is amazing. Dear players, who I love, please tell me who you are, where we can find you. Give some love to someone, whoever you want. But also note that, where did I put it? This is a solo episode, so you get a breakthrough. Well, you don't get a breakthrough. What you get is, you do not get a skill up, but what you get is, let me see. Where did I write it down? You get a bonus. You get another refresh.
Woohoo! No! Oh, give me all the fate points.
You get another refresh. You can up your refresh is what you can do.
Wow.
Hell
Yes.
yeah.
Yes. And so I just wanted to let you
Hello,
know
5.
that you can up your refresh. This is my gift to you both for being so amazing. And I will tell you what, this refresh, right? If you think about your refresh is like how many fate points you get, and it's like it really represents like your internal will, right? Right, like fate points is your character putting your will out into the universe, right? It's like when you hear those stories of the woman who like can lift a car because her child's underneath. That's the will point. The will point is that when you, the fate point is like when you really are just your character is so intensely invested in this thing that you can move mountains. And you both have gone through a moment, right, where you now have a stronger sense of dedication and purpose. Like your fate points are your purpose, right? And you have this stronger purpose.
I have a tiny scene that would depict this for Freda.
Let me see.
It's just 10 seconds, but
I want to hear it.
Once Elias leaves the room, the camera cuts over to Freda, and under the desk, her hands are shaking. Which is why she normally emotes a lot more. She wasn't doing a lot of emoting because, she was scared because she's heard things about this man. She's seen what this man can do, and Oscar told her specifically not to get involved.
Yep.
Or to talk to this man.
Yep.
So that's it. That represents her new refresh. Is just calm, cool, collected, but her hands are shaking under the desk.
Okay, KP, can you give me what a little moment represents your new refresh as you're walking into the clinic, perhaps, and you've got Bonnie who's like checking things out?
You see someone who walks a little behind Bonnie. I'm assuming, so we've reached the clinic at this point. Is that the setting, the situation?
Yes.
And as he's observing, anytime Bonnie looks away, you just see Pritham just looking at the back of his head, just staring at him.
Oh my gosh,
Nice.
I love it so much. I love it so much. Oh, this is why people GM.
This is probably like his iron will distilled.
Yes.
Like that is probably what is happening. Like up till now, the iron will came into effect
Distilled. That's such a good word.
It only came into effect during medical procedures where he needed that faith in himself to move forward. He never had to use it in combat. He never had to use it in any other situation. And today, for the first time, or at least I can remember or imagine him to be in, that he has focused his entire will on this one man that is in front of him.
Players, you don't have to listen to this. Chat, here's what I've got to tell you. Being a GM is a lot of work. You know what I mean? You got to like do a lot of stuff, especially me because I'm ridiculous and I do way too much research.
Yes, you are.
Like I need to know we actually found Lindy asked me like what would be like where would the brothel be?
There's a physical address. I have I made a business card for it.
There is a physical address.
I can't say I also don't go overboard.
Yes, and I actually found an address that I know was a brothel during the time period that we don't know the name for. It's like that's the one. That's what I did. But when you do all of that work, there are moments when it pays off. And for example, that moment would be right now when KP. Yeah, no, I'm just starting. I get to start. That's it. Where KP, my love, right? Where KP is like, no, here now, right? And that moment and that shift where our doe-eyed prince, right, has a moment where you're like, ooh, here we go, right? This is it. And the one thing that I value the most as a GM and as a player, but as a GM 100%, I love a good mystery. I want to know who the players are, who the characters are. I want to know who they are, and if you push them, where they'll go, right? And sometimes you push them by giving them soup if you're Tango, right? Sometimes you push them by having a guy that's a criminal who really does not value life at all and just wants to see, if somebody's useful for him in a way that is quite sociopathic. And I, right now, have no idea. First off, KP was like, no, he's not leaving the clinic. It's like, oh, my life is so exciting. Like, I didn't see that one coming. I'm so happy. I'm so excited. I got surprised a little bit. And I don't know exactly how he's going to go and, like, murder this man when we get next week. And I cannot wait to find out. This this is the dream of my life. When a character is like, you know what, I always kill people and now I'm not going to, or you know what, I've never killed people and now I'm going to, like whatever the thing might be, right? Or the shaking hands underneath the table. So I want to give all of my love for the following comments. 1, oh no, he's not leaving the clinic. And 2, but underneath the desk, my hands are shaking. So those 2 things, I give the most love for both of my players for being amazing. And I'm troopersjp. I'm the GM for this madness. Tomorrow is Saturday, and Saturday at 4 p.m. tomorrow, I will be streaming a game called Desperation, and a particular scenario called the Isabel, and it's a brand new game which is not out yet. It's in crowdfunding by Bully Pulpit Games by Jason Morningstar, who did Night Witches, and it's set in 1888 on a cod schooner, fishing schooner, and there's going to be a storm and a lot of badness and death. It's a survival horror game without the survival, is what they say. And I have an announcement about it. So we have an amazing cast. We have the Strix. We have got Brandy Rose. We have got Brandy Rose. Me, right? Draconics. And sadly, Mythmatic has an upper respiratory infection, so
You better soon.
so Myth cannot make it, and so Lindy's gonna have to jump in. Surprise!
Guess I'll just have to jump in and die.
Or have a lot of people die. You know, it'll be fine. So Lindy's gonna hop in and she's gonna jump in and she's gonna do a lot of gothic death tomorrow as well. So that'll be really exciting. So stop by tomorrow for this really cool game, which I'm really excited about. And then of course Witcher Sunday night at 8, and then we'll be coming back to this next week, and I can't handle it. It's a full cast. And here's the other thing. Sorry, KP. This is why I wanted to wait till next week. Not just because I love you and I want to give you fate points. I want the rest of the cast to see what you're gonna do. I want them to be there. I want Greg and Dot to sit there and have no idea what's coming, and then you're just like, whatever's gonna happen, I don't know what's gonna happen. Whatever it is, I want them to see it. Yeah, that's all. Okay, I'm gonna pass it over to you. I'm gonna pass it over to KP.
Oh my gosh. Honestly, I mean, the whole situation, and I always love playing with Lindy, just us two together, because we get into so many different shenanigans, and I feel like we've created it's just so cool to see how the pairings change up the dynamic and how we approach the story. Like my one shot with Regina, or my one shot, I don't think.
No, you haven't had yours with Greg yet. No.
I haven't had an Oscar in Preetham yet, so I'm excited to see if when that happens, what that situation will be like. But I already know between Regina and I, and with Lindy and Preetham, they have two completely separate different dynamics. But it's so, and then how they approach things. I feel like with Regina, there's a little more even footing. It feels like where they kind of, co-conspirators. They get through things, they work things out. And there's also a sense of, because of the nature of Regina, that Preetham has a little higher ground because he's the doctor and she always, but with Frida, it completely flips. He's a complete lackey. He's a complete, like, I'm a little puppy dog and I'm gonna follow. And she's in charge. She knows what she's doing. She's got it. I don't need to do shit. And so it's fantastic to see that flip, because he's just like full confidence. She knows she's got this. She's in her element. She's in her territory. I'm like, you need help? Okay, no need help. Okay, cool. I'll be over there drinking. Bye. So I just love that aspect, and I have to give a big love to Lindy for creating that dynamic and working through that. So it's always fun.
love it because he follows her around because he wants to learn and she wants to teach him, so she's okay with it. She's like, oh, you poor thing, I need to teach you.
So
that life's harsh.
Yeah, exactly. So I love that. And then I have to give a big love to you, Trooper, for giving me the reason. My antithesis, my arch nemesis. At least in my eyes, because everything else is so vague. Yeah. It's a vague evil that you don't really, and it's so large that an individual can't feel like they could do much about it. Yeah. And outside of that, like with Nicoletta, she's evil, but it's like conniving, and he doesn't he's just like, okay, it's just what I mean. And everybody else is on board taking care of her. That he's just like, all right, she's a lady. I don't know what else to do with her. I barely know her. I'm gonna step off. Jaeger is just someone that they talk about that he barely ever met. I think he met him like once before. But this is direct. This is absolute cruelty, unnecessary, uncalled for, and it shat all over his values about sanctity of life, about protecting people, and like even that young child, right? The Nazi, when he was back there with the Nazi group, and they blew everybody up, and then Greg shot the 18-year-old kid. To him, he didn't see them do any terrible things. And then on top of that, it was a young kid who probably got duped into all of this, has no understanding, probably never did anything until that. So he sympathized and he didn't know what this was it. This was what was, because I was hoping, I wanted to see how it would happen, and this absolutely was it.
Yeah. I mean, look, these people were not good people. Like, I just don't, like, they were really terrible people, right? They would just, because they were the French Gestapo, they just shot people in the streets. They just did. They were just like there was like one of the guys, Crazy Pete, just walked into a restaurant and shot somebody because he was like a crime boss that he wanted his stuff. He just walked and shot him, just like right in the middle of the day, and then just walked out because he's like, I'm untouchable. You know what I mean? Like, no one's going to prosecute me for anything. I can do whatever I want. And like, that's that kind of when the people who are the law are criminals, right? When the people who are in charge of safety and security are sociopathic criminals who are bullies, then people do whatever they want, right? And this was that guy, right? And he was like, do I need to go and like kill this doctor to make sure that, like, he wanted to mess up that brothel, and he figures he can go and probably either kill you or threaten you or just win you over to his side, and you'll work for him. He'll pay you lots of money, and then her brothel will just languish, and then he'll take over. And he's not even going to get to hear what Jaeger has to say to him. Jaeger will just have to tell the next head of the Gestapo. Yeah. Ooh. I will say this. If you do further attacks on them, well, I'm going to say this. I think whatever happens next week will probably constitute also an attack on the French Gestapo, is what I suspect. Oh, I don't know what you're going to do. I mean, maybe you're just going to have tea with him. I don't know. But I suspect that what that is going to also be an attack on the French Gestapo, is what I suspect.
Give him a long release pill so it happens when he's not there.
Hey, or we'll see. We'll just find out. I'm so excited. Oh, I'm going to. So let me just do this.
Yeah, where can we find you, KP?
Yeah.
I don't think we.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
we're just so happy.
My name's KP. I go by KP Studios on all your social medias, primarily on Twitch and Twitter. Well, not Twitch. Sorry, I'm primarily on Twitter. I do have an Instagram. I need to update that recently. But if you just want to go there specifically to see my portrait work, my photography work, that'll be where it's at. But if you want all the other things that I do and catch everything else that I do, I practically live on Twitter and post things about all my stuff there. I get to play amazing games like this one every week with fantastic folks like you two. I think the big thing outside of all that was yesterday was the final finale of our Corpus campaign of Void on Unmade Gaming's channel. I'm still processing and emotional through that, but it was a fantastic ending to a fantastic series with an amazing crew. So if you are looking for a story to go into, looking for something to kind of binge watch, 4 seasons, 51 episodes, each one like 2.5 to 3 hours long at the most. So much more digestible than a lot of the big 4-hour shows out there that might be. So if you have the time, please go check that out. It's on Unmade Gaming's channel. The whole playlist is on his YouTube channel. So yeah, it is one of my favorite series so far, and also the only one I've ever completed a character arc for. So yeah, it's a special place in my heart. So please go check it out, and yeah, do enjoy. I'm not in there until I think end of season 3. So pretty much the same thing as my time here too.
But your impact is always quite great.
Yeah, thank you. And so yeah, but then we had the entire crew is amazing. Yeah. Please go check that out. Go support them. Outside of that, I not next week, but the week after. So I can announce it again next week too. But I'll be a part of Jasper's Game Days week-long game charity game streams that are happening. I'll be on the one for May 10th at 3:30 Pacific time or 12:30 3:30 Eastern time or 12:30 Pacific time. And I'm going to be at the table with the amazing Mark Meir as our DM. If you don't know, he's the amazing voice actor for Commander Shepard and a bunch of other great voices. But the one most people know for is Commander Shepard from Mass Effect. I'll have Trisha Hershberger, 16-bit, I forget the full name. But anyways, a great group of folks. The entire week is going to be amazing, full of really, really talented, really, really amazing people. So do check that out, and please, please, please consider supporting this amazing, amazing charity. If not through monetary, because I understand not everybody can do that, but at least sharing it, talking about it, letting people know goes a long, long, long way to do that. And I really, really hope you guys know, as part of this, that I need you all to understand, you're not critical failures. We have support. You have so much to live for. And there's resources out there, so do check that out. Come check out Jasper's Game Day on their channel, and reach out if you need any help, because there's always going to be there, and you're always valued. So please do so.
That leads me to Lindy.
That's me. I'm the Lindy, the Laugh Love Lindy.
Who are you? Where can we find you some love?
So my love, I really enjoyed the conversation in Freda's, Madame Cobra's office between Pritam and Freda, when he said something and she responded and he's like, wait, are you directing that at me? And she's like, yes, you have to treat Nazi sympathizers like Nazis, because that's a conversation that they'd not had before, and I feel like was an interestingly tense moment between them, which hasn't really happened yet or often.
Because I don't know if he agrees with you, actually, right?
I don't think it was tense. It was more of just him going, okay. I mean, yeah, I see it. It's just there's nuances here that I feel like I'm not able to convey.
Yeah.
Oh no. Yeah. So but I thought that was really interesting that had actually come up.
Yeah.
Because that's not come up between them before, or in general, really. I also really enjoyed how kind and calm and soothing Dr. Pritam was to
Clarissa.
Poor dear Clarice.
Yeah, Clarice.
I just, like, that poor girl did not know what she got caught in between, and she's gonna be fine. But I loved how he's seethingly angry at this man, but still so kind to his patient. I loved seeing that in the doctor, and I loved that it lit a fire under him, and I am here for it.
And I will note that I don't think she could have lasted another round.
I don't think she could have either.
I think she would have died.
She got lucky on that last round.
Yeah. If you hadn't saved her then, like, it was your medical expertise.
I was going to say, I may at this point, sorry, my free aspect of disarmingly charming and endearing, doe-eyed prince, my trouble aspect of doe-eyed Indian prince. One of those innocent ones is about to change, or whenever the next opportunity comes.
You have the opportunity now, because at the end of every session, you can change one of your aspects.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So that's exciting.
I'm so excited.
I loved seeing a bunch of different aspects of the prince today that we don't often get to see.
Me too.
Alongside with their usual dynamic, which I just love so much, those two together. They're like, yes, we're team pleasant face and sheer willpower. Like, yes, we'll deal with serial killers one-on-one by smiling and nodding and no showing no fear. And I love that they handle certain things so similarly, but for completely different motivations. And I love it. Here for it. I also have to give love to Trooper for our dear new favorite runner, Etienne. I love him. I hope the Duke's cool with him being like the personal runner to come back and forth, because I'm going to be utilizing him to send messages. I need a good prop for him. Like I need maybe I feel like I need a really good scarf. You know what I mean? Like I feel like he's the kid with his shirt half unbuttoned and suspenders. Yes, absolutely. And he like walks in like hey. Like he's like the guy who chills or like down at the hips. Yeah. Absolutely. And like a page boy cap. Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah. And I've got some suspenders. I can make sure I have suspenders always ready for Etienne. I love him. I have it. Freda's even willing to humor him a bit, honestly. She's like, oh, this kid, look at him. Just what a go-getter. What a go-getter. To be 15 years younger. Now, but, it's for fine. The record, he doesn't think it's going to work. Do you know what I mean? Like, you just say these things. Which is why the look on his face will be hilarious when she accepts his advances. Oh, I don't think he'd be able to handle that. I think he'd be like, wait, what? I know, and I'm ready for that moment. I want to see that moment. She is going to live for that moment. Yeah, he's going to die of embarrassment. He would, actually. Oh, you sweet young lad. Yeah. Yeah, he's the kind of guy that can like flirt with you outrageously because he knows it's never going to happen. You know what I mean? Like he's just until it does. And that's a lesson you should learn sooner rather than later. So. She's gonna teach him that lesson. So I love him. I love our new little NPC lad. I think he's great. I love how I also thought the Duke was great. How pissed off he was, but like also super open to coordinating. Like, okay, you have this, I have this. All right, yeah, let's work together. So I think it's the start of a beautiful crime friendship, and I'm very excited to see how that goes. I'm excited for you to find out what he did with his deflection and undermine for you all. Oh, I'm so excited to hear about it. I also can't wait to hear about where Marie is, because that's very important. Yes, I bet you'll really like to know where she is. Yeah. Oh no, I will. I will, and then we're gonna do something about it. Yeah. Because knowing is half the battle. It is. It is. And if the Gestapo people are ever like, where'd you get that painting? We'll be like, thought it had an option. No, I know where Marie is, and because you didn't get the mobility roll, which means somebody else picked her up before you. She was there. Yeah, I was wondering. I was like, do I spend the fate points now? But I really didn't know how it was gonna go, and I was like, oh, is that what that's for? It is that it was because somebody's gonna pick her up. Somebody picked her up, and I know where she is, and you know where she is now too. But that'll be a surprise. Oh my gosh. Just look, both of you two, also chat. Does it have to be a surprise? Can't you just tell us now? No, chat. Chat, behave, right? But like, Dot and Greg are going to die. Because they're going to die. Because we're going to start off with some amazing stuff over here, and then like the information that you got is going to come in and... Oh god, you're literally saying that their characters are about to die. No, they're gonna die. They're gonna have a heart attack. They're gonna have a heart attack where they find out all the stuff that they're gonna be like, what? Our sweet prince is doing a heckin' murder? And then they're gonna be like, wait, and you're now friends with Elias Yeager, the serial killer? And then wait, Marie's where? And then they're just gonna aneurysm. Yeah. And as Rissa noted, we left Oscar in immediate combat. So we did. Yeah. We did. Yeah. So yeah, that's all my love. My love for your wonderful NPCs, and also for Elias Yeager being so confused yet intrigued. Like he's like, it's really dangerous, right? Right? like I'm a serial killer who flays people for fun, right? You seem to know the identity. We're both not saying it, but like it's me, right? And like you're not freaking out. Okay, this is not what I was expecting. Okay, but how about if I threaten you? How about if I threaten you then? Like, vaguely. Huh. Okay, yeah. His very poor social ness was great.
Hey, he threatened you, and you were like, chill. That's cool.
Yeah. Again, it's hard to threaten Frida. And have her like feel any way about it, except noted. I just thought it was great. He wasn't expecting any of that today. Now he's gonna be in a great mood because he's made a new friend, and we're getting lunch tomorrow. I'm sure it'll be fine. Yeah, I might ask him for some favors.
We'll see.
We'll see. So we'll wait to next week to see maybe if that happens. You can find me online thinking about this game a whole lot at Laugh Love Lindy. You can find me tomorrow on Troopers channel because I'm filling in for Myth. Feel better soon, Myth.
Feel better, Myth.
That'll be fun. I can't wait to die terribly. I'm gonna pick my best get murdered outfit for it. And then you can find me on Sunday night on Praxagora Thesmophoria's channel for Witcher. And then on Monday, you can find us getting into all sorts of trouble in our Innistrad game where people have made decisions and they are poor decisions for their health and well-being. And then other people are just fine having like dinner with their dad. So we'll see how people do against like 30 zombies and a named boss when there's only 2 of them and the druids already used both as wild shapes for the day. And then, instead of on Tuesday night, I think we only got like 2 or 3 episodes left of Ravenloft. We're nearing the end of our epilogues. We didn't get to the blood rituals because our sorceress was out. So instead we went to Pigfart's School of Magic and Sorcery. So if you want to see terrible puns galore and the beginning of a supervillain arc for a young wizard, go watch that pod and tune in next week. And that's where you can find me.
And I already did me, and we did the outros. So I want to thank again our sponsor for this month, one of our sponsors for this month, Will and TW, who also gave us Rolf. And I was like, what's his name? Rolf. Yes.
Yes, Rolf.
And
Love Rolf.
Willen's great. Is such a great supporter, and every single one of you is a great supporter. And I want to thank each one of you for being here. Everybody who, tells people that we're here, who gives tips, who gives bits, who chats in the channel. Where I've got the chat up there so I can see you all. Sometimes I get distracted by how amazing my players are and I don't see everything you say, but I always, come back. And I believe our title for this week will be Iron Will Distilled, because both of our players had some Iron Will going on there. So thank you, Hawkeye. And we will catch you on the flip side. And look, we only have 5 episodes left for these players for this season. And that's 3 group episodes, which are coming up next. And then we're going to end this season with 2 duos with Regina and Frida, and with the Prince and Captain America, Oscar. And we've got 3 episodes. And I'm going to tell you what, people have plans, and those people might be Nicoletta.
Yeah, we gotta fucking get off her. I can keep her husband busy.
And that is 17 episodes for season 5. But you never know. I've got to go and send out some DMs. That's what I got to do. So, my friends, take care of yourself. Stretch your legs. Drink some water. Take care of yourself. And remember, you can make a difference. And you matter. All the love, everyone. All of the love. Bye.